write meds now and get well faster.
This is not a first aid kit. It's like having an urgent care in your home. Doctor prescribed medications to treat it with. All right, we'll wait till people get in here and we'll test out to see if we have a good audio signal. And while I'm doing that, I'll get my last platform going. All right, so bear with me here for a minute. I want to make sure we can get all this working, right? It's been a minute. Practice what this one is. Okay, we're not trying to do that. Okay. We'll just close all that down. And okay. And we'll do it this way. What the fuck is practice mode? All right. That's something new must be. All right, let me know if you guys got audio. And we'll go from there. Sounds great, Edic. Good evening, Edic Von Edic. Okay, so perfect. Give me one moment and we should be able to get everything up and running. Straight out there. Thank you, Vincent Croy and Michael Simmons. Let me know for the audio check as well. Just getting out of the fucking dentist, so hopefully I can make this work, because they numb one side of your damn face, and that's what I'm kind of dealing with. So let me put these last hashtags in here, and hopefully we can make it happen despite the left side of my face being somewhat numb. Thank you, handsome conservative. Let me see if I can read this, because I'm sore in the mouth. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who needs no introduction, the king of late night talk. Am I getting on that late now? Shows, late night talk shows. Put your hands together for the handsome lover. Did you mean to type that? The handsome lover? Thank you, handsome conservative. Like I said, folks, I am straight out of the dentist, so the left side of my face is a little bit numb. So good evening, folks. I'm getting the last platform going, and we should be able to start this live momentarily. I got a few things I want to talk to you folks about. Obviously, I wasn't on this weekend. I was out and about, out of town, and doing some other business things, so I was not around this weekend, but I'm here now. Came home and went to the dentist, and like I said, I'm just starting to get the feeling back on that side of the face. So why does that say your device is overheating? Why the hell does it say that? Back here, don't know why it's telling me my device is overheating. I just started using it, unless there's something else going on. Shit. Okay, let me see here. Yeah. A little warm. I don't know why it's telling me that. Okay, let me see if we'll see if we can make it happen. No clue why that's going on. Two seconds into the live. Unless, like I said, somebody done tapped into my shit. Your device ever get hot, that might mean it's running shit it shouldn't be. Anyway, let me go ahead and get the show going. What up, folks? Once again, it is indeed your boy Tim, the handsome liberal. Several things to talk about today. It looks like we're up on all platforms now. With the rise of Zohan Mamdani and now Abdul El Said in Michigan, make no mistake about it, these socialist candidates are pissing off the right. And I want to talk to you folks from a standpoint of, what do you do if you favor capitalism, but you're having a conversation with somebody that's talking about socialism, and they're giving you reasons for why they believe socialism is better? How do you address them? Here's what I'm talking about. Healthcare. So a lot of folks in this country are actually working 1, 2, God forbid, 3 damn jobs, and they either have no health care or they are woefully inadequately insured, meaning that even though they have health care, if they have to really go to the doctor for something serious, they cannot afford the bills that come along with it. We can talk about daycare from the same angle. Or we could talk about wages not increasing for probably damn near a good generation now, because I mentioned this on my last live that my background is a telecom engineer. I was a telecom engineer for a number of years for AT&T in Chicago, and I just got a email from Indeed, the job site. You know, Indeed, Career Builder, all these different LinkedIn. I still have my old credentials on. I'm not looking for work now, but I do still have my resume and all that good shit on there. I got a email from them of a telecom position based on my resume that was open. The pay window is the exact same it was when I started when I got into the field in the late 90s. So that particular job, and that's a job that requires a college degree, that's not burger flipping, pays a livable wage. The salary for it has not moved. And we're talking, I started as a telecom engineer, 96, 97. We're in 2026. The pay window for that job is still the same as it was back then. So we're talking about wages not increasing. Certainly the aspect that higher education is not affordable. College, universities, and we're not just talking about for you, we're talking about also for your children. We're all, a lot of us are millennials, Gen X. I got baby boomers in here. Hell, I might have a member or two of the silent generation for all I know. But the fact is, college is unaffordable for us. A lot of us are still in debt from student loans. I'm one of those. And of course, sending your children to college has become not somewhat, but it is unaffordable as well. In addition to that, we can talk about housing. Housing is unaffordable in America for a lot of folks. Certainly first-time home buyers are now starting to appear in their 40s as opposed to being in their 20s. Just think about it. If the salaries have not increased, then your ability to purchase lodging or your living arrangements is going to be weaker. So all of this, not to mention, last but not least, the aspect of retirement is looking bleak for many of us. So what I'm asking in regards to capitalism versus socialism, if you are promoting capitalism, how do you respond to someone that's talking that socialism might be better if those are their core concerns? Healthcare, college, daycare, wages, housing, retirement. What do you say to them? If you support Trump, what do you say in regards, is President Trump addressing those issues? Fuck socialism, rather. Stick with capitalism. You got President Trump. He is doing this for healthcare. He is doing that to strengthen daycare. He's doing this to increase wages. He's doing this to make college affordable. He's doing that to improve your ability to obtain housing. What is President Trump? What is the right doing? Because they're the ones that are most critical of socialism. What are they doing to address those issues? Remember, you're talking to somebody that is singing the praises of socialism, and you want to let them know capitalism is the way to go. Socialism is destructive. What do you say if they're talking those issues? Now, in addition to that, you guys know we have multiple topics. And I certainly want to talk to you about this because this is just something, the whole socialism thing is a nonstop issue. And before I get up to the next topic, I got to get a computer that fucking works. And this one seems to be frozen. Okay, there we go. So President Trump is been in the news saying some shit today. And I don't know if I'm going to be able to give it to you right off the bat until my damn computer comes unlocked. But I want you to hear this. Yeah, something's wrong with the computer. So we'll end up going with the socialism thing until I can get my machine back up. It looks like something's just completely frozen on this damn thing. Right in the middle of a fucking show. I hate that. Anyway, let's see if we got it. Let's see if we have it now. This is the man of the hour, Abdul El Said.
Fraud would mean is if you in your purse or your back pocket, you have a card for your insurance company, right? To get that card, your insurance company, your employer probably pays about $1,000 a month, and you probably pay about $1,000 a month, right? Or more. And then if you actually need to use the card, there's this deductible that you have to pay. A deductible is the money you pay to get the health insurance you already paid for when you actually get sick. And then there's a copay even after that. And then you lose that card if you lose your job or you get a different job, you have to get a different insurance. Imagine right next to that card, there is a Medicare card. It says Medicare on it. You get it the day you're born. It doesn't expire until the day you expire, inshallah, at 120, after a long, healthy life, peacefully in your sleep. And you don't have to pay a dime for it. You don't have to worry about a deductible. You don't have to worry about a copay. And it's good everywhere. There's no network. There's no this much here, that much there. It's just there for you. And it's there for everybody. That's the idea. Your health insurer eats before you do. And you're already paying for it. So imagine instead of paying that to a corporation whose CEO makes $18 million, you just paid it into FICA and it was less. And then you can, tax the richest people so some of that extra money goes into the pot so that you pay a little bit less. See what I'm saying?
Is that impossible in America? We'll talk about that. So I do want to ask you folks that. Also, in regards to our second topic, President Trump has just signed into legislation. They're separating vaccines now. Vaccine conversation can get us in trouble, but this is something he just did. What is it? Measles. There's several of these he separated. But I want you to hear why he said it. He said two different statements today that I think are certainly noteworthy of why he doesn't want children being vaccinated all at once. All I can say is check this out.
At 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination that looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body. And bad things happen in many cases.
Real quick, before I continue on, Matthew L., you're suggesting that Trump is a pedo. We get it. I don't like to black ban or censor anybody, but you type the same thing over and over again. You're going to leave me no choice. We've gotten your comment. Matthew L., you've typed it over and over again. Thank you. We appreciate the input. But did you hear what he said? Just real quick, because I hate to have to interrupt, but somebody spamming. We had to talk about it. But listen to this.
At 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination that looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body. And bad things happen in too many cases, because this is an explosion. This is an epidemic. At 1 year, you should.
He's saying he's seen it with his eyes. Vaccines look like a bottle of soda, and they're putting this much liquid into a child's arm. Now, you heard him, but I want to give you something else that he said along the same lines that may be even more egregious than what you just heard. That may be more just, I don't know if his unit of measurement is off, but listen to this one.
Mr. President, you're a proud father. Would you have vaccinated your children differently based on the recommendations?
Well, I did. I took my children for 5 different vaccinations. In other words, I broke it up. The one visit where they just pump, what seemingly looks like gallons, where they pump so much in. I took all of my children from day one. I believed in this a long time ago. I took them with my wife.
So now he's saying he's seen what looks like they're pumping gallons into children. Where is he getting this stuff from? What physician was he at where he's seen, first of all, and Matthew, I'll go ahead and block this individual that is on a mission to spam. Okay, so where is he at where he's seeing somebody putting gallons of liquid, even the size of a bottle of soda is what he said. Where's he seeing that at? I'm curious why anybody's not pushing back. That is obviously false. There's no way your child's going to go get vaccinated and they're going to put this much fucking liquid in your kid. I don't even know how to explain it. I was going to talk about something else, but when he said that, I'm like, that's got to be part of tonight's live. I cannot believe, and thank you, Luis Miguel. Appreciate that. I cannot understand why somebody would even say something like that. Gallons? Wow. Talk about an overstatement. I mean, like, now I got one viewer, Straight Talk Commerce. He is indeed MAGA. Mike the Sailor. Thank you for the hat and mustache. I appreciate the support. Straight Talk Commerce is one of my MAGA viewers who often says he's never heard Trump lie. How else can you frame that? There is no way in hell President Trump witnessed any child being vaccinated with enough liquid to fill a bottle of soda. God forbid, gallons. I mean, he's just, he has to be just making that up. I cannot believe he would even say that. But that's what you heard him say. Now, in addition to that, our third topic is, of course, the economy. I want you now, of course, President Trump has been making statements on the economy worthy of discussing as well.
Dropped at the fastest rate it's dropped in many years, and more Americans are working today. So the biggest thing for this whole thing, more Americans are working in the United States right now than at any point in the history of our country. Think of it. Think of it.
That's
You
not
don't hear
bad.
that. I saw polls today on television that say Donald Trump polls on the economy aren't good. The economy is the greatest economy we've ever had by far. The economy aren't good. They're fake polls, just like fake writers. But think of it. And his stance on immigration. Immigration. In 30 days.
And then he goes into he stopped our country from being invaded and a bunch of things about immigration. But he's indicating that our economy is the best it's ever been. So I certainly want to hear from you folks. Hopefully I can get some of my beloved MAGA on the show. You guys know how the show is ran. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone. We are always MAGA friendly, always shall be, always has been, always will be. Our comments go left of Mamdani to having a dinner with Q. And of course you can be whatever you want to be from any side of the aisle. You guys know how that goes. I want to play some last clip before we start taking callers, and tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. As always, we take our first caller at that. This is totally off topic, but if you want to entertain this, this is a guy on TikTok. He's suggesting this is the hardest truth you'll ever hear about. It's titled The Hardest Truth About Black Culture, but I want you to hear this, and I'll be glad to hear my MAGA and my liberals' opinion on this.
Let's tell the truth. Nobody wants to say out loud. Black people are their own worst enemies and the downfall of their own culture. I have never seen any other race do what black culture does to its own people. You don't see Asian people say, oh, you moved out of the hood, you changed. Now you're a piece of shit. You don't see white people make fun of somebody for talking educated. You don't see white people clown a kid for getting good grades, but you see it every single day in black culture. You're not black enough. Since when do you have to hit a certain level of ghetto to be accepted by your own people? Even Joe Biden knew that mindset. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Think about that. When did voting Democratic become a black requirement? You never hear someone say, oh, you're not white enough. You're not Hispanic enough. Oh, you're not Asian enough. You never hear a white guy who grew up in Section 8 housing, worked his ass off, got a good job, bought a mansion, and then his own white family says, oh, you moved out of poverty. Now you're not white enough anymore. You're a piece of shit. That never happens. Only in black culture do they take positives and turn it into negatives. If you're black and you speak eloquently, if you don't speak in slang, you're looked down upon. If you pronounce all your words correctly, you're looked down upon. If you're not a stereotypical representation of what the media says black should be, guess what? You're looked down upon. Then comes the names. Coon, Uncle Tom. Oh, you're trying to act white. They look down on education and positivity. You get straight A's and you get attacked for wanting to be white. How is straight A's a white thing? I thought that was just an education thing, but I could be wrong. Lord knows I'm white and I didn't pull straight A's. That's the problem though. Positives are treated like negatives. You move out the hood, you're looked down on. You make it out, And guess what? You don't rep your hood every 5 seconds, you're looked down upon. You don't stay trapped in that mindset, guess what? According to them, you're a sellout. So at some point, we got to be honest about where the real oppression comes from. It ain't coming from outside anymore. It's coming from inside. Their own mentality is what's keeping them down.
Okay, so I'll stop it there. It only had a few more seconds left, but this is the show, you guys. And I want to hear your opinion on if you think he is accurate or not. I see in the comments, Diemos says facts. So Diemos absolutely agrees with it. What's the point of playing this video? Dialogue. Inspiring the dialogue. That's the point, because a lot of people do agree with what this guy is saying. I'm not one of them, and I could go a million different ways with this, and we certainly will once we start talking about it. So are we at 10,000? Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 10,000. So looking in the comments, just wrong, says JoJo. I'll say right off the bat, before we get into it, in regards to this video, because this is probably not going to be the primary topic of the show today, but let's be clear. He is talking about a subset of the Black community. I mean, most of the stuff he's saying does not apply to African Americans that are my age. Nobody that is my age is going to tell somebody that you're talking, you got straight A's as a bad thing. You're not going to, I mean, so he's talking about basically juveniles up to maybe the early 20s, and mostly men, and mostly uneducated, and mostly the ones that live in the hood, and mostly the ones that are in poverty. This is a very small subset of the. You think Tyler Perry thinks like that? You think Michael Jordan or any of the well-known celebrities think, yeah, maybe some of the hip-hop stars, but what he is saying is, it's just like saying they all wear their pants around their ass. You think I'm going out doing that shit in my 50s? I couldn't even balance myself if my pants was that fucking low. I would fall over. So, look, if you want to take a certain subset of any community that is the negative subset and paint the whole community that way, I'm assuming each community would not like that. And that's what he's really doing, because there are tons of African Americans that are coming out of universities and colleges being doctors, pilots, and all that. None of them agree with this. None of them agree with what he's saying. None of them talk like what he's saying. So he's taking a small subset of the African American population and suggesting that is everybody, which is stereotyping in itself. Looking in the comments, though, he is shining light on a very small percent. I hear Mexicans say it to one another. Yeah, that's what he's doing, bad Chad Hunter. There are African Americans that fit that narrative, what he's talking about, but it is by no means all of them. I don't even think half. I don't even think a fourth, because like I said, anybody that is reach the age of maturity, they don't think like this. This stuff is crazy. Looking in the comments, and tap the screen, get us on up to 10,000. Oh, yeah, all right, 10,000. I'll go straight to the box. I'll bring up a caller, if you will. We'll start out with Miss Mo Betta. Good evening, Miss. Did I bring her up? No, she canceled the request. We'll continue on with another guest. El Papi. Good evening, El Papi. Big Dream Creator said we aren't African. Okay, whatever you go by, we'll go with that. El Papi, good evening.
Good evening to you also. How are you doing?
I'm doing real good. So I want to ask, in regards to the main topic of the show, capitalism good, socialism bad, so to speak. Do you favor capitalism more than socialism?
That's a tough question, because do I like capitalism? Absolutely. But then I also know that people out there need help. So I do support social programs. The thing about that is, when they put out these social programs, the ones that are needed, I have no problem with. They should get it. Right. The thing is, they don't govern it enough. And a lot of people end up abusing it. And then that tapers the whole program itself. So that's the problem.
It shouldn't, though. You're right, but because I had somebody write to me and say something similar. It shouldn't. The only reason fraud puts a stain on the whole program is because the people who are pointing out the fraud don't want the program to begin with. Because the same folks who are against socialism are in favor of large budgets for the U.S. military. You don't think there's all kinds of fraud, waste, and abuse in that? They're okay with it. It's not that they're after fraud. They don't like that social program.
Well, you're absolutely right. I know the military, $150 for a screwdriver, whatever it is. I mean, that's ludicrous, and I understand that too. We have to figure out, and I think it's probably impossible, how we can have these things and audit them at the same time so that there isn't waste. If there wasn't as much waste, we can go ahead and we can have all the programs together and we wouldn't be in debt. But the waste and the fraud, I remember, about 10 years, maybe 20, there was a lady in California, had 17 different IDs and getting EBT cards on all of them. What are you supposed to do with that? You
throw her ass in jail. I mean, you make it.
No, but the damage is done because now you have the right screaming about fraud and everything, and how can you argue with it?
But I go back to my original statement. It ain't the fraud. They don't like the program because the right will scream about that lady with 17 EBT cards. But when you find out some capitalist corporate head is committing fraud, they don't say shit about it. So you're not at the fraud because the lady who got 17 EBT cards is not defrauding to anywhere near the tune of as the corporate head is. And you're more loud about the EBT card lady than you are of the corporate frauds. So it ain't that they really are concerned with fraud. They just don't like those programs.
You're absolutely right. But those programs, unfortunately, don't have anybody to speak for them, the way the other programs you meant, like the military and everything. So when you don't have nobody to speak out for you, guess what happens? You get eliminated, or you get So if there's an equal voice for, just say, the military with a $150 screwdriver, for example, compared to the lady that has 17 different accounts with EBT on it, then it'll equal out better. But there's nobody going to speak out. All they're going to do is speak out about the negative and then end up cutting everybody from the program.
I saw a video where one guy stated that the Democrat Party would rather let a few people get away with fraud than to prevent everybody from receiving assistance. And he said the Republican Party would rather cut everybody off of assistance than let a few people get away with fraud. So in other words, a few people getting away with fraud is enough for them to cut off the whole damn program. Whereas the Democrats will say, look, we understand a few people might get through, but there's far more people that need it. Do you see it that way?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And in turn, the ones that actually need it are going to get punished.
Now you gotta guess. Jeremy, what brought you up? What did you hear?
You guys don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Seriously, you don't. No. Let me explain why. Number one. You can get a treatment at any ER in the United States. It's illegal immigrants take advantage of the system all the time. That happens everywhere. Okay? And when people say but that's like you'll be in debt. No, medical debt is the most lax debt that you can actually get. You can get medical debt; it has almost no effect on you.
Thanks to Obama. That's only because of Obama. Before him, you could go bankrupt.
It doesn't matter. It's not something that you can go bankrupt on. Sorry, you can go bankrupt on. I think, yeah, you can. Unlike student loan debt, which you can't. You can't defer that. Ever.
I don't get the point you're trying to make, though.
Yeah, what are you trying to make?
The point I'm trying to make is that in capitalism, there's almost no negative consequences for not having universal health care. By the way, it's not even free. It's not even free. You want to know how they pay for it? They pay for it with something called a VAT tax, which is a tax that even the poorest of the poor have to pay.
So let me ask you specifically. I'll ask you, Jeremy. I'll ask you specifically because I know you've spoken out against anything socialism constantly. How do you respond to people that are saying, "I worked at 3 jobs and I don't have health care, or I'm not adequately insured in daycare and college and housing"? What do you say to them?
I say, "What the fuck are you doing with your money?"
You may be working at a job that just does. There's a lot of employers that don't provide health care at all. I mean,
you do realize that universally it is illegal to not provide health care if you work full time.
There's a lot of people. Then there must be a lot of people breaking the law. What
Jeremy.
What?
A person works a 40-hour week and they're making $15 an hour. How much is that?
Off the top of my head,
it's $35,000.
Yeah.
So what? What's your point?
Okay. Now, would you say it's $600 a week?
$30,000.
$2,400 a month, and I haven't even took out taxes. How do you expect a person who's working honestly to make it off of that? Now, I haven't even $2,400 without taxes taken out. How do you expect a person to work like that? Honestly, and they're
stop
not
spending your money on bullshit and work.
Wait, hold on. So when I ask you, how do you address those people? Basically, you telling them fuck off. I mean, if a person's telling you I cannot afford health care, your response is stop spending your money on. So you're offering them nothing.
Why do I have to? Why do I have to be their parents? Why are they not adults?
Better. A loaf of bread is $4. Eggs
where are you shopping?
Gas is $4. If they didn't,
where the hell are you shopping? What are you buying?
What they needed, Jeremy, they still
you can get a loaf of bread for $2. What the hell are you talking about?
Jeremy, I don't know where you live at. Okay,
I live in Wisconsin.
I'm speaking.
We actually have a
that's about right. That's about right.
Yeah, we produce most of your dairy. Okay.
Anyway, it goes, Jeremy. It is about right, Tim. That's where you Wisconsin. Yeah.
Yeah, as in a state that doesn't suck at its own economy, like California or New York.
Yeah. Okay. Anyway, Jeremy, and you pay rent, and like I said, we're doing off this $2,400. Which really isn't an accurate amount because we haven't taken out taxes. And
even when taxes are taken out, you should be able to make enough. Unless you live in a shitty state like New York or California.
For you to say because you're in your mama's basement. People have their own house and paying their own rent.
How are you affording a house if you can't afford health care?
And they're not living with their parents. And life is real with them. See, the problem with you is
I've lived on my own, dude.
Real. Life is not real. You're a kid and you live with your parents and you have X amount of monies. For people that are living on their own without their parents, life is real.
Dude, I did live on my own.
You did. That's the word. You did. Yeah, you did. Okay, that's the word. That's the word. Okay?
Yeah, so I know how much everything costs.
Yeah, you went home because you couldn't afford it.
No, that's not why.
The thing you're telling other people to do, you couldn't do your damn self, so you went back.
No, that's not why.
And we're not even talking about people that may have a child.
I love how no matter how many times I say that's not why, you just glaze over that because you know it'll make you look stupid.
No, you can go ahead, make me look stupid, Jeremy. Go ahead.
You already did. You already made yourself look stupid.
What, saying you went home to your mother and father, and you're at home, and you're trying to compare the fact that you're at home paying no bills to people out here who have their own.
I'm paying bills. I pay bills every month.
Care of their child.
I pay bills every single month.
Okay, this is what I don't get, Jeremy. So basically, you're saying, fuck capitalism. Let's leave the system exactly like it is now.
No, we can adjust things.
What do you do for housing?
Get rid of capitalism.
So what would you do for those same folks that are complaining about the cost of housing?
Okay, one of the things I would do is I would actually allow for building in places like New York where they've heavily restricted.
That's not the only place they're complaining, though.
Yeah, well, that's the main place that.
No, it's not. They complain all over the damn country. That ain't just about every state. People are bitching about how you think they're not bitching about it in Florida. I know you want to tear in the liberal states. I get that, but plenty of Texas and Florida, plenty of red states. Housing is ridiculous there too. It ain't just in liberal states.
No, it's way cheaper in Texas.
But they're still complaining. Doesn't matter. They're still complaining.
Oh, you don't want to hold the blue states accountable.
No, I want to hold the whole country. What I'm saying is that this complaint I just gave you, healthcare, college tuition, daycare, all this shit. Everywhere in the country. It's not like you move to Kansas, all of a sudden everybody got healthcare, or Mississippi. They're bitching about it down there too.
Okay?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, you good. I'm not gonna argue with a dude that's sitting here with his mom in his mama's house and parents, ain't got to pay no bills. They buying the food.
I pay bills every single month. Every single month, buddy.
No,
Nice try, though.
you're not paying bills. You are chipping
Yes, I am.
in. There's a difference between chipping in and paying bills. They're making you pay something because
where's your
you're living
evidence?
there.
Where's your evidence?
Well, he's got a point. Jeremy, let's be clear. I think everybody listening, without even knowing your personal situation, knows that you are in no danger of getting evicted for not paying bills. You do have a better situation than the average person out on their own renting from a stranger. You're not going to get evicted. You're not going to go hungry.
Stranger, dude.
What?
I used to rent.
We're talking about now, not then.
Yeah, but why doesn't that count?
Because
why
maybe
does
it was
mean
better.
about bills? Did I suddenly forget what it was like?
No, you
No, there was a better economy then.
Right.
Your man Trump wasn't in there then. That's probably the reason why you went back home, because your boy Trump just fucked you up. You had to go back
it was
home.
because I was in a blue state. It was because I was living in a blue state. So I moved back to my purple state.
A purple state.
Yep, that's what Wisconsin is. We're a purple state.
Okay. And healthcare got much better there.
Oh, man.
Yes, it was just as good.
And by the way, many folks in the comments, Jeremy, stated that your claim that it's illegal for you to work and not receive healthcare, that's not accurate.
Yes, it is. I mean, if you work a full-time job, you are legally required to have your employer or pay for healthcare. That is the thing.
I would love to see what law that is. And by the way, keep in mind, a lot of jobs have now went into the 1099 realm, like all your Uber and DoorDash people. All of them folks are working 40 hours a week. They don't got healthcare. None of them do.
That's not the same thing. That's a gig job. That's not an actual full-time job.
If you're working there 40 hours a week, why isn't it a full-time job? It's just a full-time job that they just what they're
exact same hours every single year.
No, what they're doing is they're changing to get around some of this. To get around some of the shit you're talking about, a lot of employers are turning regular jobs into 1099 contracting jobs. It's not a regular
job to drive Uber. It is not a regular job to drive Uber. That's not how that works. You get to turn off your Uber app at any time you want, and without any prior commitments to the company. Unlike if you worked for, like, say, a taxi company, an actual taxi company, you wouldn't be able to do that.
And they don't get health care either. The ones who work for a regular taxi company.
Full time, yes, they do.
I worked for a taxi back in the day. I didn't get health care. No, you don't. Taxi drivers, you're not guaranteed to get health care. You're crazy.
How long ago was that when you worked for that taxi company?
2012. There was no guaranteed health care. Yeah, I think maybe what you're talking about is something that is in your state or something like that. But I can tell you for a fact, taxi drivers, that's an independent business. You don't get health care. Most of them folks do. You either own a car and have your own medallion, or you drive for somebody else that own the car. And they don't give you health care. You don't get that. And I'll tell you, even regular jobs, I always bring up Dollar Tree. Now, a job like that may give you health care, but you can't do shit with it. You're making $12, $13 an hour. You can't do shit with that.
Yes, you can. What the fuck are you talking about?
You need to.
This is the guy that went home back to his parents and is going to blame it on the blue state. And now he's living with his mother and father, hopefully, and living in the basement. And now he wants to criticize people who live on their own, pay all their bills, and they have a child to feed. You have no.
Listen, if you live in a blue state like California or where I was at,
a grown man that lives at home with their parents. Man, get a house or apartment, you sorry ass boy.
I gotta move on for time, gentlemen. But Jeremy, I'm just gonna be honest with you. We've talked a lot. You do sound like somebody who has yet to experience a lot in life to make some of the statements you're making.
I've been homeless twice. I know more about poverty than you do.
I said you sound like it. Damn it, maybe I'm wrong, but you sound like somebody that is just not experiencing. When you're saying things like a Dollar Tree job provides you with adequate insurance, you just sound like you haven't had a lot of experiences in life.
Yeah, well, here's the thing, Tim. If you get the health care, it's adequate. Just don't spend your money on stupid shit. The amount of people who just have no impulse control, like our little friend below us, is astonishing.
Eating is a.
I gotta drop you, Jeremy, for time, but you will be. You can still come back up. Hold on. Jeremy, your Galaxy. I gotta drop you for time, but you'll still be in the queue. You can come back. Go ahead, there, El Papi.
Hey, you know that dude is amazing. He's a man in a child's body.
He's 30. He's 30. He said he's lived on his own. He said he's been homeless.
No, he is not living on. We already confirmed that. He's a grown man living with his parents, and he wants to get up here and criticize. You should never let his ass back up here.
No,
That's a child.
Well, let's be clear. His vote counts just as much as yours, and he legally can vote. So his opinion does matter. I'm going to bring him up because he can vote too.
He's a child, man.
Yeah, but he's voting.
He's going to give an opinion, and he doesn't even have his own place. He's living at home, got crumbs on his stomach in the basement.
Well, keep in mind your president, while you're criticizing 30-year-old Jeremy, keep in mind your president said they're pumping soda bottles full of vaccinating kids. So you don't have to be his age to say some wild shit.
That explains why he voted for the man. That explains. They're both the same. And to tell you the truth, this whole socialism thing and Muslim thing, guess what? If Trump was an adequate president, we wouldn't be talking about this stuff. Right now, the U.S. is so messed up behind him where we are looking for alternatives. Maybe socialism works more. Maybe getting a Muslim in office. He is the bottom line cause of all of this.
I gotta disagree. I'll say he's not. Hold on. No. Let me respond, and I'll let you retort. I don't think he is the cause of it. I think he is part of the cause, but make no mistake about it, the left side of the aisle was complaining. Remember, Bernie Sanders was talking the same shit in 2016, and Trump had never been president yet. And they were already saying that all of the things we're talking about now, it's gotten worse in 2026, but it was a problem back then. I mean, there's a reason Obamacare came out. Healthcare was bad then.
Well, everything they were complaining about, who were they blaming for? They were blaming the president at that time.
Right.
Okay, so what is wrong? What is wrong with me right now? Blaming the president that is going on right now.
You said he's the cause of it. What I'm saying is this movement. This movement existed before Trump was a politician.
He's damn sure ain't the solution.
He is the cause. I can agree with that. I can absolutely agree. He's part of the problem in terms of what the DSA sees as an issue. But they had this issue before Trump came along. He has probably made it worse in their opinion, but it was already around before he came along.
Okay, Tim, who's to blame that we're at war right now?
That ain't what the DSA and this socialism stuff is about. That's Trump.
What I'm saying
that's Trump. But we're not talking about that right now.
The predicament that he has put the United States in is the cause for all of this talking about socialism and other things is because of the position that he has put us in.
Yeah, I like I said, I disagree with you from a notion of I believe he's made it worse. But I do believe Bernie Sanders, AOC, Elizabeth Warren, they were all talking about socialism before Trump even became a politician. Because all of the things I just mentioned were already becoming problematic. It's gotten significantly worse under Trump, but it was already plenty of rumbling growing around about this stuff before Trump came along.
Well, see, that's why this is the way I feel. When Obama took over, I had to go all the way to Obama. When he took over behind Bush, we were about to go in a recession. Who was taking heat for that whole thing? Obama, not Bush.
Yeah.
When President Trump came in here, things was on the curve, and now we're curving the other way. Yeah. So why is it that Obama has to take all the blame, but when it comes to Trump, he doesn't take the blame?
Politics. That's just politics. I mean, I agree with you.
No, that's your politics.
Yeah. No, because I don't believe Obama. I think Obama, if anything, was trying to straighten this stuff out. So I don't think Obama gets any of the blame on it. Obama didn't start wars, he ended them.
Exactly. But he'll get blamed for everything because if he knows every time the MAGA comes up here, they're going to talk about...
Well, I gotta move it on because I gotta go pursue some MAGA as always. El Poppy. We don't always agree, but we certainly don't totally disagree either. Go ahead, last word.
Hey, we don't agree on this one, man. But much love, my brother. We still all right.
Appreciate
all right.
that. Good
Have
talk.
a good one.
You too. Anytime. All right, tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 40,000, if you will. Looking in the comment section, how can you communicate without being social? I don't get what you mean by that, Billy Wop. In the comments, Tammy Stanso says, because of Trump's corporate welfare programs and tax cuts for billionaires, help the disadvantaged is being taken away. Yeah, I do believe the call for social policies and socialism is significantly stronger under President Trump because he has pushed the country so far away or out of grasp for the average working man. There's no denying the country's gotten worse. And he's also made it so that some of the social safety nets, which Tammy is pointing out, so there's less help for you now. The economy is not as strong, or the economy's gotten weaker, and some of the social safety nets you might depend on during a time of a weak economy, Trump's moved those out of the way too. So yeah, he's absolutely made it harder on the average working man. That's my opinion. I know some of my MAGA folks may disagree with President Trump saying we are now in the Gilded Age. Best economy ever is what he's saying. So we'll talk about it. Tap the screen. Jeremy will tell people to sign up for that 50-year mortgage loan that Dementia Don was talking about, says CBOG Coach. Jeremy has some interesting opinions. I'll say one other thing before we take the next call and get us up to 40,000, if you will. Help your boy with the hat mustache TikTok cap goes too. I forgot to mention that. One of the things Jeremy brought up was the emergency room has to treat you. I don't like the notion, and this is something you often hear from the right, is that, we don't need socialized health care. You have emergency room care is not health care. It is absolutely not health care. Taking myself as a primary example, I got issues with glaucoma or pressure in my eyes or whatever. The ER won't do shit to me until I'm going blind. This shit is under control. But if it wasn't for going to regular doctors and sensing this stuff, then I don't go and find out until I'm going. Same thing if you got high blood pressure. If you go to the doctor regularly, if you have insurance, they can catch that, give you prescriptions, keep your blood pressure under control. ER care only steps in when you're having a stroke or, your heart attack, something major. That's not health care. That's only there when you're damn near dying. And all they do is stabilize you. They still don't give you continuing maintenance that you need. ER or the emergency room, that's not health care. That's the shit if you get hit by a bus or something like that. So I don't like when folks try to suggest that, well, the ER has to treat you so you have health care. That just is inadequate all the way around. Companies give 36 hours to avoid providing health care, says Denkow. That's another way to get around it. Yeah, he stated that all jobs have to give you health care. He's the first person I have honestly ever heard say that. I've never, even folks on the right, I've never heard somebody suggest that all jobs have to give you health care. No clue where he got that from. Trump reinstated medical debt on your credit report. I did not know that, didn't Cal? I did not know that. I know Obama made it so that they couldn't put it on your credit report. Then Cal is saying the opposite has been done by President Trump. This is what I'm talking about, though. Removing the social safety nets for the people at the bottom. That obviously is very beneficial to the people at the top, because now you can squeeze more money out of the poor. You can now make them pay for those bills. Now, Jeremy tried to say that you can't be punished for medical debt. If what Dencal is saying is correct, then Jeremy's wrong on that. If he really reversed it, take two, ladies and gentlemen, the host with the most, the man with the plan, your friend and mine, the handsome liberal. Thank you, handsome conservative. And I apologize for not catching that super chat while I was in deep conversation. Going back to the box and help your boy out with the hat and mustache TikTok cap goes. Looking in the comments, Advent, they treat you, but only for the threat you're going through, extra care and not giving. That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. They don't give you follow-up care. Like for instance, you know, people, you know, we get to be our age, people's joints and shit, you know, knee injections, shoulder issues, hip issues, stuff like that. The ER is not going to give you that kind of stuff. They treat you for what they may continue. If you go to the ER and say your hip or your knees are giving you some severe pain, they may give you, you know, morphine and some strong pain meds. But trying to get that actual knee replacement from the ER, you damn near have to be completely debilitated to get that. It's ER care is not care. Going to the emergency room, that is not health care. Looking in the box, MAGAs are the only ones that believe a tax break is better than a raise and keep tax the same. I don't know why they have that mindset that tax breaks are the know-all end all. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen. We'll go to Diemos. Good evening, Diemos. Welcome to the show. Their proxies were just like they always do. It's not like Iran was doing nothing. They just had not done anything new or special, says Joshua. Can you talk about something different? Diemos, good evening. Diemos, are you there? We'll give you a going once, going twice. Apparently he's there, but not. So we'll move on with the show and we'll make it happen with William Mitchell. Sometimes we try to bring up the new guests, and for some reason it always acts weird when we do that. Hey, Diemos, yeah, alter ego. I brought him up. He didn't say anything, so it is what it is. And I'm trying to bring up some of the guests. You know, we want to get some MAGA on, so we try to avoid bringing up the same guests all the damn time. We do want to get other new guests, but it is what it is. We'll go to Delvon. Good evening, Delvon.
Oh, man, I wasn't supposed to be up here.
Oh, you came about. It's got you in there as putting in a request. You want me to drop you?
Yeah, I didn't even touch my phone. I don't know how that works.
That's weird. All right, I'll go ahead and drop it. Tap the screen, folks. Get the likes on up to 45,000. Continuing on. Yeah, it shows these folks are in here holding on. So I don't know why it's doing that. Uncle Junior will try this and see what's happening. I mean, otherwise we have to bring up guests we do know as well, because don't know why it's doing it. It's not bringing up folks as all of these folks. I mean, it's got it like there's about 20 folks in here, and I don't know why when I'm clicking them, they're coming up and saying they either didn't request or et cetera, whatever. In the comments, can somebody just count Trump's presidency? Tell him Obama can hold his breath underwater for 15 minutes. What are you trying to do? Drown President Trump, or better yet, smother him? What are you getting at there? Don't know why I cannot do this. Okay, user 279. Good evening. Are you there? User 279. I see you up, but I don't hear you. Okay. Don't know what's going on. I tried to bring up a few new guests. We'll go to Gangsta Grandma, and I'm just hitting all kinds of wrong shit here. Let's try it again. It's hitting the wrong buttons everywhere. Miss Mobetta, good evening.
Hi, Tim. Can you hear me?
Loud and clear. I don't know what's going on with my box, but it's ridiculous. I tried to bring up 5 guests.
It's doing some funny stuff because I didn't request either. I requested earlier and then withdrew my request because I have my grandson. But this box is doing funny stuff today. Like
yeah, that's weird. Well, I guess I mean
while I'm up here though, I got a couple minutes.
Okay, talk to me.
Well, for the life of me, people like Jeremy, you're not out paying any real bills.
Well, wait, we don't actually know that. That's not. And he may have a card note. We don't know that.
Yeah, whatever. However, for him to have to go backwards because he couldn't afford where he was before, it's asinine for him to say that other people can't afford it. No. You understand what I'm saying? Or they're not doing. Nobody is working at a Dollar Tree and surviving off of $2,000+ a month for rent.
I agree with that.
Plus have to pay for health insurance, groceries, car notes, car insurance. So all that shit he talking about was really asinine. It was dumb.
Well, I mean, that's where I said him only being 30 years old and He's been homeless some of his life. Some of his life he's obviously lived with relatives. So maybe he just not he hasn't had the experience of being on his own long enough. That's what it sounds like.
Well, right, and to have all of the additives that come along with stuff like that, because being on his own, he could have been renting a room from somebody else then too, and saying because it wasn't his parents, he was living on his own. Yeah. No, again, you have people that have real life issues out here with children, child care, and different things like that. And when there's no caps or guardrails as to what people can charge when it comes to rent and childcare and stuff like that, people are struggling. Even if you got people struggling that's making six figures, depending on where they live.
Well, if you're struggling, unless you live in Manhattan or Beverly Hills, if you're making six figures and you're struggling without children, because if you got a bunch of children and a dependent wife or something, but if you're on your own and you're struggling making six figures, I would agree closer to what Jeremy's saying, that you're not managing your money.
I understand that part too. Yeah. No, I get it. Some people do tend to live above their means, but that's not what he was saying. He was saying, people need to do better with their money. Paying bills is doing better with their money. What the fuck? What the fuck more does he want? You understand what I'm saying? And again, working at a Dollar Tree, I don't care what state it is, it's not going to cover the bills.
Yeah, he has very similar to President Trump, a lack of empathy approach. Like, no matter how bad it is, it's because you're doing something wrong. The system is fine. You got every opportunity to book it. It must be something you're doing wrong. And that lack of empathy approach is why.
That's because people like Trump, he's never been held accountable for anything because he's always paid his way through stuff. Like with that fuck shit he talking about, people putting bottle size vaccines in kids. He must have got that shit from RFK. He must have got that dumb shit from RFK. Like, cause that doesn't happen. Even when kids are getting the vaccinated and stuff, they don't give them all to you at one time. You have to go back multiple times to get the stuff that you need. So
I think I've gotten two. I've gotten like a flu shot and maybe a COVID booster or a flu shot in the shingles. I have gotten one in both arms before, but two is the most I've ever gotten.
Yeah, but it ain't no bottle size. Like it's so dumb. Like, and a lot of this stuff they mix together, and you only getting one shot because they combine a lot of that stuff together. So what is he? They need to stop listening to him. Where's the fucking mute button already?
Well, and that's the thing. The credit I'll give Trump is that people do listen to him. He does not have to prove much. People do listen to him, so he has that going for him.
You don't know who's dumber, him or the ones that actually pay attention to what he's saying. You don't know which one you want to pluck in the forehead the most. Like, come on.
You raise a good point because I brought this up when Fauci was being grilled and everybody was saying Fauci should be under the jail because people listened to him. And I was pushing back and MAGA disagreed with me. But my point was Trump said a lot of shit during the pandemic and people obviously listen to him. There are people who are going to believe that kids are getting a whole pop bottle size of vaccine shoved in them. People do believe what Trump is saying. I mean, he says some wild shit. Real quick before we continue, Moran says Miss Mo Better and Gen X for president. Mo Gen X 2028.
That shit is funny.
That would be a hell of a ticket there.
We don't agree on a damn thing, me and Gen X. Oh, hell no.
Yeah, that's like Al Sharpton and Alex Jones for president. Yeah, that would be wild. That would be wild. So
that was funny.
How about this one?
It's insane.
Go ahead.
Good.
No, one of my viewers said grocery prices, gas prices, Epstein files, no new wars, tax cuts for the rich. He's suggesting that Trump has done. Has Trump done anything right, at least economically, in your opinion?
Not as a president, no. As a man who's grifting and into cronyism, he's done a world for them. But that's for people who just, they already have money. They already have a good way to go. He want to make sure it stays that way. He doesn't care what happened to the American people. And they keep saying, oh, the Dems hate America. No, Trump does. He has a chip on his shoulder when it comes to this country. And he was basically saying that before he got reelected.
I gotta make you, I gotta get you to elaborate. I don't get that. What the hell make you say Trump hates America? I need you to explain that.
Because he does nothing for the betterment of the people, Tim.
That's not true. No, I listen.
Well, point out to where I'm wrong at.
If you're rich, he's doing all kinds of shit that's to your betterment.
That's not the American people. What percentage of Americans are rich?
I didn't say all of them. No president does something for all Americans. But if you are a wealthier American, he's been like a fucking lottery ticket for you.
But again, Tim, what's the percentage of those people? It's very low. It's very low percentage as opposed to him being a president for all people. The people that actually need the cuts, the tax breaks, and the tax breaks and all kinds of stuff, who needs that stuff, are not receiving it. He's giving it to the people that already have it.
I'm not disagreeing that Trump hasn't done much for the people at the bottom. But I'm saying the people at the top are people. It's significantly less of them at the top than it is at the bottom, but they are people. They are Americans. So he has done stuff for Americans.
Yeah. I get it, but however, his position, he's supposed to be doing things for all people, even if we don't agree with what he's doing at all times, because there's plenty of stuff that all the presidents do, like you said. They're not going to get it 100% right. And there's nothing ever 100% anyway. I can tell you that now. However, he's pandering to the top 1% because for whatever reason, because he loves money. He thinks everybody else are parasites. And it ain't something that he said is how he does.
Mm-hmm. How about now? This is an interesting comment in regards to what you're saying right now, Ms. Mobetta. And I see Moran said I'm a fan, but in the comments, Kirk Pratt says basically we elected somebody who will not go to Washington D.C. and steal for us. He's there to steal for them. How do you take something like that?
It's true. He's stealing for himself. For himself and his family. That's who's benefiting. And people like Elon Musk. Those who are the people are benefiting. So where in that does it say he cares anything about America? He doesn't.
Well, like I said, I believe that he's doing it for the one. I mean, look, you want a successful businessman. That's what people said. We need a successful businessman to run the country. I don't know why anybody poor would think that somebody at Trump's level would go into Washington, D.C. and do things for them. You should expect somebody who's lived a lavish life of gold and all this other, you kind of should have expected him to do exactly what he's doing.
But see, this is the thing when you know we talk all the time about how words matter, Tim. When it comes, and you can ask anybody this in the comments and whoever hearing my voice. When it comes to business, when it comes to running a business, who's there to benefit from that business? The owner, right?
The owners, yeah.
The owners, right? And sometimes it feel like you were great when you left their establishment because now you feel like they got over on pricing. You go out there and buy a car, you buy it for $60,000. It's only worth $30,000 when you leave off that lot. So having a successful businessman, not to mention how crooked of a businessman he was.
Well,
to me, that they should have been asking for somebody with morals, somebody with integrity. That stuff carries you further than your talent any day, and I'm willing to bet every dollar I got on it.
So is socialism the answer?
Yes, well, absolutely, because you have people that cannot sustain. You have American people that cannot sustain on the cost of living, the wages that they're receiving and stuff. So you're going to need some type of social programming to help certain people out. I'm not saying to become a a career welfare recipient if you're able to get out there and work. That's not what I'm saying. But there is people that are working that still needs help because it's just not enough. So when you're dealing with people that are into capitalism, like, I don't care, my rent is $2,500, $2,700. It don't matter. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's what my prices are.
Okay.
If you can afford it.
How about this as a solution? One of the viewers, Cargees or whatever the name is, he says Trump wants to pay the people the money for the health care, not the insurance companies, and therefore health care should become more competitive and affordable. Have you heard that type of angle?
No, I'm not familiar with hearing
I'm
that.
not either. Where's the money going to come from? Yeah, that's kind of weird.
Yeah.
So how much is Trump giving the people to pay for health? Yeah, because when you think about how much health care costs, what is he saying? Trump is going to give people all of that money and let them go out and pick their own health care?
That was my next point when it comes to that. All right, Trump feels, all right, I'll give them people $1,500 for health insurance. It costs some people that a month.
Yeah.
Per month. So, and when with them dismantling the Affordable Care Act, that stuff was put into place there. Some people did have to pay more when it came to the insurance or whatever, but it allowed other people to have access to insurance. You know what I'm saying? People with pre-existing conditions and stuff like that.
Well,
did you see the job numbers came out and they're down?
That ain't what Trump has said. Trump has said more people are working now than ever.
He a lie and the truth ain't in him. He is a lie and the truth ain't in him.
That's your president.
And he talk about, I got cheap meds and stuff. Listen, Biden had got down to $35 for meds for people. So, but he knows once he closes his eyes for good, people will be ready to piss and spit on him. Ooh. So that's why he's trying to put his name on everything now. Like, I might as well enjoy it now because once I'm gone, it's going to be a party for a lot of people.
It's interesting you're suggesting that how people are going to treat Trump once he closes his eyes for good, because it's looking, certainly based on the statements from Hunter Biden, that Joe Biden may not be around for long. I've seen a report of Joe Biden's health on a Fox News social media page. Man, I have never seen so little empathy. The right treats Biden like the left treats Trump. I mean, what Hunter Biden saying that prostate cancer has spread to Joe Biden's bones and now to other organs and is debilitating and stuff. I mean, they were saying some serious trash about Biden. They pretty much were like, you can bury that dude already.
I'm not surprised. I am not surprised because that's how these nasty ass, vile ass people are here, and that's how they was raised by some nasty ass people. You got to blame their parents. And like I said, they're the reason abortion is illegal. Is legal.
Well, they don't have no love for Biden. Even in
all their mothers should have swallowed now. Oh, dummies.
Even though Biden is out of office, stage 4, essentially dying and not involved really in politics at all, they still attacking that dude. It ain't like he's like Trump was. When Trump was in between presidencies, he was still involved, still insulting people, still troll. Biden has pretty much disappeared. And they're still attacking that dude every opportunity they get.
But yet they say the left is radical, the left is vile, the left is this and left is that. Who everybody that was attacked, and like politicians and stuff like that, it was the Democratic politicians and stuff that's being attacked. Nancy Pelosi's husband, and they got to come off all that bullshit. They got to come off it.
Well, I'll just say they
protect pedos.
Yeah, I don't think that's up for debate. I mean, absolutely, Trump is. If Trump didn't violate the innocence of a child, he's certainly protecting people that did with the Epstein file. So I don't think that's up for even a lot of MAGA viewers admit that at the very least he's protecting some sexual predators if he is not one himself. So yeah, that's not up for debate.
I have a question for you, Tim.
Sure.
What you think is going to happen now because they stopped Trump from moving forward with the ballroom? It's a mess over there at that White House.
You know, with President Trump having a unique ability to look judges in the eye and say, fuck you and your order, I don't know. The ballroom still might get built. Who's going to go after him? The Department of Justice? I mean, if he violates the law, who's going to go after him? Congress? I mean,
you're right. You're right.
So he might still get built.
We see now he got us in a whole WAR without approval.
Yeah, like that slush fund that they want to pay to the January 6th protesters that they claim is not going to happen. Well, the guy is in there now. The guy who orchestrated the whole way of doing it. I have a strong feeling that somehow, some way, that's going to come back up, and them folks are going to get that money.
Like the border peace money. Where's all that money at?
That's your president. I got to move it on, Mr. Mobetta. That's what we voted for.
He's robbing the shit out of American people, and he don't give a fuck. And that little fuck boy Mike Johnson, a weak little pussy, and to let this shit happen because he has the power to stop all that shit and won't.
No, that's who we voted for. So what can we say?
The right side, those right wingers are weak. Period.
But he's our president for at least 2+ years. So we'll see what happens, Mr. Mobetta. Though, thanks for coming through.
Okay, holla.
Appreciate it. Tap the screen, get us on up to 60,000. Alan83 says, who's we? America. You think people in the UK say that the Republicans voted? No, America reelected Trump. You think people in Germany say that the Democrats did? No, America elected that guy. So that if Trump fucks up, let's take Iran, for instance. You think the parents of those girls at that school that was bombed by us, you think they see a difference between a Democrat and a Republican? You think if they had a chance to get revenge on an American, they would care what side of the aisle you're on? We did that to them, not Republicans. So when Trump does something, he is acting on behalf of all of us, not just his side of the aisle. We did that. We threatened Greenland. We are threatening Cuba. Not MAGA, not Republicans, not Trump. We all are doing it. So when I say we elected him, that's how the world sees us. We did that. Tap the screen, get us up to 60,000. Looking in the comments, I didn't vote for him. That's how I know that's on. Well, Giant, it doesn't matter if you did or not. If there is some get back to be had, our enemies are going to look at you the same. I mean, they're going to look at you. You might as well put on the MAGA hat in the eyes of Iran, in the eyes of, Hamas and Hezbollah and all, and Houthis. You might as well put on a red hat. They see us all the same way. The world knows black people don't get down like that. That may be possible in some circles. I do believe there may be some legitimacy to that. Even going back all the way back to the Iran hostage scandal in the late 70s, you hear Trump still bringing that up as a reason for why we're dealing with Iran. We've been in war for 40-some years, and he brings that up. Did you know? And this is one of those things they don't talk about in history much. But when they took our Americans hostage back in 79 or whatever year, because right when Carter was about to leave office and Reagan got elected, they held those hostages for like 400 and some days. The Ayatollah released the African Americans, I think, within like a few weeks. They let all the black hostages go. The Ayatollah stated they treat them just as bad as us. So when you suggest that they know blacks don't get down with Trump, that probably is valid. I mean, because they knew that all the way back then. They actually they let the black hostages go. That doesn't get talked about throughout history much, because that makes it clear this shit ain't ended hundreds of years ago. Even the rest of the world can see it. But I just wanted to bring that up. They let the African Americans go they kept the rest of them for like 400 and something days. So all the other folks were held hostage for over a year. Black folks was just at home, sitting at home on TV watching Ted Koppel talking about that shit. It's now 360 days. Negroes like, it ain't for me. I'm going out to play some softball. So that is true that some folks, being people of color, get viewed differently. Looking in the comments, America's history is well documented, says Billy Watt. Yeah, but if you think that, I can sell you a bridge, sell you a fucking lake in Nevada somewhere. Tap the screen. Tim, didn't Louis Farrakhan get someone released as well? I believe I heard that. I'd have to. I can't quote myself on it, so I'll leave it at that. Alter Ego says Chris Rock stated, "You want to piss off America? Release them to Jesse Jackson." Yeah, that probably would have pissed off some folks. They would have probably called Jesse Jackson a traitor back then if he had went over there and made that happen. Let me go back to the box. Tap the screen, get the likes. Trump lost Iran war, period, says Zay Zay. Well, it's not over with yet, so you can't say that he lost, but it certainly does not look like he's on a path towards victory. But the war is not over with yet. So I don't think you can say Trump lost the Iran war. I would say that it's not looking good. It's looking like it may ultimately end with history viewing it as a loss. I don't disagree with that, but I don't think you can officially stamp it yet. If R. Kelly was in the Epstein files, he'd be free right now, continuing to make hits. True. I don't think there's any African Americans in the Epstein file. Whoa, thank you for that, handsome conservative. Appreciate the support there on Clapper. I'm here and we report that Trump is trying to surrender as of 5 hours ago. You're in Iran, Kurt? Is that what you're trying to tell me? This war is over. There's no path to victory short of nuclear Armageddon. Well, you could a ridiculous amount of boots on the ground. I mean, and take a ridiculous amount of casualties and maybe, I mean, like we know, I think we have a good idea where the nuclear material is at. You could put, hundreds of thousands of boots on the ground and maybe secure that facility, and you'd have to bring. I mean, it is a daunting task because regular military personnel are not going to bring out nuclear material. I mean, there's a hazard in that in itself. So you'd have to surround this huge area, then get in scientists and all kinds of other shit. You're going to take ridiculous amounts of casualties. Is it something guaranteed we couldn't do? I don't know. But I do believe if President Trump did this through proper channels, that being NATO and other member allies, and had a coalition, I believe he could have had a lot more success with it. The potential for success. But the way he did it, you got half of this country that don't favor it, and most of our allies don't favor it as well. He decided I can do all this shit on my own, and it appears that he was completely inaccurate about that. In the comments, we have no more missiles to continue to fight. That apparently is in that direction. I'll say this: if China wants Taiwan, the time is now. I mean, the time is now for two reasons. One being what Kurt just said. We don't have a lot of weapons to even, commit acts of self-defense. Two, I don't think Trump could be reliable to stand up for Taiwan to begin with. So if China wanted to take a dig at Taiwan, the time is now. Because America's stance in NATO is not secure. You can't, even NATO member nations are not confident that if something happened, America could be depended on to come to their rescue. Under Trump, you may have a leader of a NATO member nation that says something negative about Trump, and Trump will say that's the reason that you got attacked. We're not helping you. So if China wants Taiwan, there's never been a better time than now to do that. Let me go back to the box. We'll go to Gangsta Grandma. Is that Smokey in there? We have a weak president who has no allies, says Giant Robot. Kind of by choice, with him saying that we don't need anybody, he kind of by default made them no longer our allies. They were willing to ally with Trump. Trump is the one that said we don't need them and how they're terrible and all that shit. Gangsta Grandma, good evening.
Damn. Where has your ugly ass been? People been in my inbox asking if you were dead or alive, if I unalived your ugly ass.
What the fuck am I? Dead? What am I, Leroy McConnell? I didn't fall down the stairs.
They was in my inbox asking about your ugly ass. Think I about did something with you. Like, what the fuck am I gonna do? I'm not even up there yet. I'll be up there on Tuesday.
A Negro take a weekend off and they tripping like that?
Yes, and they swear by God we're together.
Okay.
Like dog, we're not.
All right. So what brings you on? So what brings you on?
What brings you on is that are you gonna stay fluffing? You're not gonna fluff tonight? Are you gonna behave like a good little boy?
Well, speaking of behaving like a good little boy, I played this earlier. I want to get your take on this. This individual he has some interesting opinions. I want to get your take on this.
Let's tell the truth. Nobody wants to say out loud. Black people are their own worst enemies and the downfall of their own culture. I have never seen any other race do what black culture does to its own people. You don't see Asian people say, oh, you moved out of the hood, you changed. Now you're a piece of shit. You don't see white people make fun of somebody for talking educated. You don't see white people clown a kid for getting good grades. But you see it every single day in black culture. You're not black enough. Since when do you have to hit a certain level of ghetto to be accepted by your own people? Even Joe Biden knew that mindset. You don't vote for me, you ain't black. Think about that. When did voting Democratic become a black requirement? You never hear someone say, oh, you're not white enough, you're not Hispanic enough, oh, you're not Asian enough. You never hear a white guy who grew up in Section 8 housing.
Like talking about it.
Well, I mean, I get that you don't like it, but what do you think of his opinions? I mean, a white person can be accurate.
That's some black people. That's not all of us. I don't put nobody down. Especially our black men are what the fuck? Why did they category all of us? Why they put us in a crab thing? Why? Why they put us all in one bucket? Now, did you see that shit though? You see that? That's white people for you. That's white people for you.
Well,
Y'all want to put us all together. That's so full of shit.
Think about what you just said. Why do you got to put us all in one bucket? That's white people for you, which is exactly, you're doing the same thing you accusing him of doing.
No, I'm not.
That's white people for you?
Everybody in a bucket. I put maggots in a bucket. I don't put all white tea people in a bucket.
You just said that's white people for you. You didn't say that's MAGA.
It is white people for you. They put us all in a bucket.
And you're doing the same. You're doing the same.
No, I'm not. I said I don't do that. What are you talking about?
How about this?
And no, I'm not blue maggot. What the fuck? You're such an idiot.
Somebody said you're
like fucking something on a white man so bad. You don't even know what blue maggot is. You know who the blue maggot is? The far left.
What is
the one
blue
that did vote for her. The one that voted for Palestine and shit. That's the blue maggots. That's not me. I didn't vote for that shit.
Somebody called you blue maggot.
God damn. You see how stupid these motherfuckers are?
In the comments.
I swear to God, I swear to God, United States people are like the dumbest of the dumbest, for real.
In the comments, Gen X says that guy is spot on. All you colored folks are the same.
Colored. Do you see? And that's your friend that you would go to a barbecue with. Call us colored. Like, who does that shit? Only a racist piece of shit. Your little buddy that will put you in a tree. The one that you be kissing ass to, Tim. The one that you be... Yeah, that's your busty right there. Called you colored.
How am I kissing ass?
Still kissing him. Because you let him up here. You let the racist piece of shit up here.
Hold on. When I say we're all about free speech uncensored, we allow folk, if a person has an anti-black, anti-Hispanic, anti-MAGA opinion like you, we let people speak. That's what zero censorship is about.
I'm not racist though like that. I don't say colored. What are you talking about?
You say uncooked protein.
Like you're an Uncle fucking Ruckus, for real. You're the type of fucking spoiled ass Negro that thinking they're gonna take you with them. You are one of the people that they didn't fucking want to bring back. You feel what I'm saying? Like they would have kept your ass out there because you Uncle fucking Ruckus, for real. Though.
How you gonna?
You allow that shit. You allowed that shit to go down. Now on my platform, I wish a fucking motherfucker called me fucking.
Think about what you're saying. You're saying that the way you're putting it, you're saying that these folks are racist. You do realize you're on the program using every term from cracker to uncooked protein.
I do that also because they do it to us, Negro.
So you being
I'm not like you. I don't do this. Yes, massa. Yes, and then they destroy you on their fucking platforms. I see you. They walk all over you. They talk. They belittle you, and you still. Me? No, honey. No, honey. I go straight ham on their ass. What are you talking about? I stand up. I stand up. That shit. I'm not like you, Tim. I'm not one of those Uncle Ruckuses like, yes, massa. Give me the whips. I like it like that. You got me fucked up. I won't sell my soul to nobody.
Well, you sound familiar to one of my viewers. 918 says this lady sounds like a 65-year-old Cardi B.
Well, you know what? I have the body of Cardi B.
Really?
You know what I'm saying?
Really?
Yes, honey. Yes. Go look at my pics. I lost over 200 pounds. I'm proud of my shit. What the fuck you talking about?
All right. I don't know.
I'm 45 years old. You know what? I'm 45 years old and I have 5 grandkids. I look good, bitch. And what? You wish you could have this chocolate, but you would never. Nothing white up inside me. Never.
But that's racist. That's racism. That's racism.
No, it's not. No, it's not. It's my prerogative. Nothing goes up inside me. What you talking about, Willis?
Well, while you're describing how sexy and curvaceous your body is,
I'm very sexy. You're gonna see me on Tuesday.
Juice197 in the comments. 3 words he aimed at you. He said, "Cam up, ho." If you're so,
I'm gonna be camming up with Tim. What the fuck are you talking about?
He wants you to cam up now.
No, I know. Did you hear my bath water? I just getting out of the bathtub, so I'm literally butt ass naked. I shaved my legs and shit. You got me fucked. I am not coming up. I'll get banana forever.
Well, you can't do it from the face up.
What?
You can't do it from the neck up.
Man, what the fuck? I'm gonna come up with your ugly ass. You said you're gonna be with me in the, what is that called? The airport? We're gonna do FaceTime? Oh yeah.
We'll make some. We'll make some happen. In the comments though, I'm a liberal Democrat. I want some gangster grandma, said Red Hammer. Okay, there you go.
If he's white, he's not gonna get me.
Wow,
White,
you sound racist.
That's not. I'm pro-black. What are you talking about? What is a woman gonna be pro-black and be with a white T-man? That's not no putting people down or nothing. That's just my preference. Just like some people don't like buying men. That's my preference. I would never.
So you pro-black. Do you have any problem with a white man that's pro-white?
Pro-white is hatred. Pro-black, we stand. Pro-black is a whole different thing. Like we have black. We do for our black community. We go out and we hire our own black and brown people out of the penitentiaries and shit. That's what we do. We're not about the hatred or nothing like that. You feel what I'm saying?
There's no way.
Let me tell you something about what Grandma did. Okay, 10 years ago, I hired an ex-white, ex-triple K man that saved my brother and his best friend's life in the penitentiary. You know what they did? They asked me, they said, would you please give him a job? He saved our life up in the pen. I said, how do you do it? He said, the triple K was going to shank their asses, if you know what the fuck that means. And I said, well,
But are you suggesting that it's
in
wait,
best of the chefs, and he's a white man.
Are you suggesting, wait, hold on. Are you suggesting that it is impossible to be pro-white without being racist?
They're very much racist. The one that just said colored, he's pro-white, you stupid fuck.
Well, he didn't say he was.
Tim, you know what? Tuesday's coming, Tim, and we are going to go and we're going to have a shit.
Okay.
We're going to have a live, Tim. We are going to have a live, and I want you to say all the shit that you're saying now in front of my face. I want you to. I really do. I want you to be such a Captain Saberho when I'm right there in front of you, Tim. And guess what I'm going to have? I'm gonna have my hand. I'm gonna smack you upside your coconut.
That's not how we do it. We don't do violence here. And by the way, handsome conservative says this woman is racist as hell. How do you respond to folks who say you're a racist?
Yep, I am. I'm so racist, and I don't do shit to the white T-man. I stay the fuck away from them. What are you talking about?
I don't mean you can't be racist.
The reason why they think I am that, because you know why? You know why?
I'm listening.
Let me tell you something, Tim. Because I give them back the same fucking energy. They want to call me the N-word and shit. I call them a fucking spoiled ass biscuit. You should be lucky that I didn't go fucking full force racism on their asses. I just call them special ed dropout. Or I call them, see, even my dog don't want white tea people. Every time I say white tea, my dog is a Negro.
I got it. While you're making these comments, I got a very interesting comment from the same individual that said you sound like a 65-year-old Cardi B says, we are all white underneath. And he asked, have you ever been cut to the white meat?
No, we're not. No, we're not. No, we're not.
Have you ever been cut to the white meat is what he says.
See, this is what the colonizers always want to do, all that kind of shit. You know what? They're the ones that want to get rid of black and brown people, but do you know they was immigrants, they damn selves? They came over here and stole this country, this land and shit. We didn't even have borders before they white tea asses came over here. Then they made borders. Did you realize that? I mean, people need to go and do some history. The colonizers was immigrants. Why can't we ship their asses back? We don't want their asses. They made the borders. Mexico, all that was never a border.
They won, Gaysa. They had a war. No, they won. This is their country. They won. They won.
You don't know. They stole it. You know why they stole it? Because of paperwork. They didn't even do all the paperwork. No. You know the treaties that they did, to the United States did to Mexico and the indigenous people? They lied to their asses. Why do you think still to this day they have to get money? Because they're trying to replace all the shit that they took. You need to go read some books and shit. You really do. Well, just say that they won. They did it. They stole.
That's between them and the Mexicans. That's between them and the Mexicans.
They honored the treaties.
You're not. They didn't sign the treaty with you. That's between them and the natives. That's between them and the Mexicans. You ain't got nothing to do with that.
They did not sign the treaties. They lied to them, Tim. They lied.
Texas in the comments says, what land has not been conquered? It's conquered land.
Stolen land. Ask the Native Americans. Ask the indigenous. They'll say stolen. They didn't honor the treaties, Tim.
Well,
They did it. They did it. And I'm so sick. And I'm not fucking white, bitch. But you know what? They're going to fucking find out Tuesday, though. Yeah. Because you think... See, this is what these damn white tea people... This is the damn white tea people thinking because I look light skinned, okay, in pictures. Yeah, it makes me look light skinned. It really do. See, I still got color on my skin. See, I could go out in the sun and I tan. I don't burn unlike the white tea people, and they look like fucking damn red ass strawberries. You feel what I'm saying? When you see me on Tuesday, you'll see that I got me some Negro in me. You can feel my hair.
Is that what?
You can see my nose.
Maybe
and you can see
that
shit.
I'm
gonna get underneath the damn jail.
Now that you're talking, hang on a second. Now that you're talking, maybe you do need some Negro in you. Maybe you do. I don't know.
Oh, you already know. You know, Tim, me and you're gonna have sex. We're gonna know this, Tim. We are. Because they're always accusing us of doing this shit. We're gonna, Tim, you're gonna be sprung like cheap pain. And you know what you're gonna say to me?
What the fuck? We're talking about politics. Politics.
Tim, you're gonna be sprung like cheap pain. And you know what? You know what the white tea people gonna say? What the fuck she did to you? Yeah, you got you some chocolate. Instead of went to the white tea women, you got you some chocolate, Tim. You'll be sprung like you. You will go back to being chocolate.
Actually, Jeremy in the comments, Jeremy says Tim is going to turn gay. So apparently you're not going to be very desirable. He says you're going to cause me to turn gay.
That's why Tim's been all up on me, bitch. You just don't know. Tim has been having a crush on me, but fucking since we've been.
Would you hold that noise down? I gotta move it on. I gotta go. Real quick.
Tim, I think I got your Facebook, right?
We'll talk in the DMs. I gotta go. I gotta go. Tap the screen. Get the likes on up to 70,000. I wasn't expecting it. Get the likes up to 70,000 if you will. Give me a moment to collect myself. In the comments, Tim, you will never be the same. What do you think is going to happen to me? God damn. Who said that? Johnny Black said I ain't gonna never be the same. What's gonna happen? She steals the Native American culture just like the blonde wigs and then talks about culture appropriation, says Mochman. Jimmy Carter all over again. Edmure, explain that. Handsome Conservative says, if you sleep with gangster grandma, you'll never live it down on TikTok. What do you say? My rep's going to be affected? Explain that. God, you guys are crazy. Look, let me get into this is not going to be Luke and Laura. This ain't General fucking Hospital. She 2 shades away from white. What the hell? Gates are trying to get you in trouble, says Mike the Sailor. Okay, let me get on with the show. Help your boy with the hat, mustache, TikTok cap goes, if you will. Take her ass to Pound Town Tim. Is that a village in Western California? Somewhere is Pound Town located? What's the population of Pound Town? Never heard of such a location. Is it on the map? Can I put it in the GPS? Where is Pound Town located? How many miles from my house is that? By the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, I need you guys to smash that like button as well. Helps out the algorithm. We are MAGA friendly. We don't block, ban, or censor anyone for their commentary. Our comments go left of Abdul El Saeed to I'm having dinner with Q. That's the coverage of our comment. We go left of Abdul El Saeed to I'm having dinner with Q. Doesn't matter what your politics are. You can be critical of anybody on this show, including yours truly. Damn, you know exactly what they talking about, says Lonely Therapy. I do not know. I have never been to Pound Town. I do not know what the zip code is or even what state it resides in. Show me the direction to this such location as Pound Town. I'm a white person, but I ain't. What does that say? I'm a white person, but I know I'm a minority worldwide. Are they? I'm a white person, but I know I'm a minority worldwide. I'd be curious to know what is the racial makeup, the planetary racial makeup. Okay, fair enough. It's going to be Intercourse, Pennsylvania. Is that where Pound Town is? Let me go back to the box and continue on with the show. We'll go to Smokey. Good evening, Smokey. Welcome to the program. Are you there? Smokey.
Yes, good evening. How are you doing this evening, sir?
I'm doing good. I don't know. I'm afraid people are talking about they're going to kidnap me and drop me off in some place called Pound Town. So I got to make sure I stay safe while we're having this conversation. So what brings you on this evening?
And I didn't hear that she'd be giving you even any hawk tour before that pagan either. So yes, please be careful.
What is that, a Native American tribe? The Michigan hawk tours? Sounds like a Native American tribe.
The courteous lube.
Oh. Okay, I don't want to get too deep into the tribes. I don't know a lot about the Native Americans, but if I see a hot tour, I'll be sure to stop at one of their casinos. So what brings you on this evening?
Oh, I thought I'd come up and say hello and see what you were discussing, because I know it sort of jumped a little bit all over the place.
Yeah.
And,
well,
you were just up here sort of getting abused for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, yeah, certainly getting abused indeed. I want you to hear a statement. This came from Trump earlier today. In fact, I'm going to give you 2 of these. I want to get your opinion on this because he's passed new legislation separating, suggesting that children are getting 5 and 6 vaccines at a time or whatever. But this is what he had to say.
At 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination that looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body. And bad things happen in too many cases, because this is an explosion. This is an epidemic.
Now, that's just vaccines the size of a bottle of soda going into a child. But that's just part of what he said. Now, I
took them through.
This is him suggesting what he did to his own children because he didn't like folks being vaccinated at this rate. I want you to hear this.
Mr. President, you're a proud father. Would you have vaccinated your children differently based on the recommendations?
Well, I did. I took my children for 5 different vaccinations. In other words, I broke it up. The one visit where they just pump, what seemingly looks like gallons, where they pump so much in. I took all of my children from day one. I believed in this a long time ago. I took them with my wife. I took them through 5 different visits to the doctor.
Have you ever been vaccinated there, Smokey?
Yeah, growing up in Ireland, most people in Europe are going to have the 3 different, literally like hole marks on your arm.
Yeah.
From when you went in and you got with the 1, 2, 3, and then, you know the whole song, a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down?
Oh.
That was written because that's how, I forget which was it polio or something? Pox or something?
Yeah.
It was given in the sugar cube. And the kids came home and told the dad, we're giving our vaccine in a sugar cube. And he was like, just a spoonful of sugar helps the medicine go down.
What about the notion that they were in gallon-sized bottles? He said gallons of it was going into children.
And nothing he said made any coherent logical sense. Nothing. So it's hard to analyze and break down something that's so illogical.
Well, what did
he say? He said that kids go in at 1 and get 5 vaccines at 1 shot, the size of half a gallon. So illogical. Then he said he treated his kids 20, 30 years ago, etc., differently. Do you honestly think he was involved in the raising of his children or even understood what the word vaccine was? How can you even have a conversation about what he says his feelings were? You can't debunk that. So it's nearly just pointless to even give this any type of credibility.
So what are you suggesting? The president is not being honest or something?
The president isn't coherent. For anybody to say that that statement made any logical or coherent sense, shouldn't have a voice. They should be allowed to vote, but they should be an educated voter, but they don't need a voice.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting to hear that coming from the leader of the free world, allegedly, or the leader of this country. I mean, because he is, as people always say, you know, you want a businessman to run the country. Like, you don't know what a unit of measurement, like when you look at the quantity of vaccine that is put into a small child, and he's walking away talking about soda bottles and liters, like you don't know what, you have no concept of quantity to, you know, or measurement to say something like that. So I don't know, maybe Trump supporters, you think maybe some MAGA will finally speak out?
I don't think they will. But the problem is, why do we give that airtime and not call it up and be like, Trump, can you please clarify? See, if there was a good reporter, they'd be like, can you please just restate what you stated? Like, I don't understand what you just said, please.
Well,
we give too much credibility to random statements and we don't ask them to clarify.
Well, if he clarifies, or if you ask him a question that may make him think that you're accusing him of not being honest, then he's going to insult you and your network and personal attacks. You may not get, you know, these folks want to get invited back to be able to ask. And I mean, you're dealing with a hostile encounter to begin with.
Correct. So you're just going to go in there and pander to the bully? I mean, you treat this like 8 Mile at the end. Yeah, I am that. Cool. But you're the leader. How many articles and amendments? What's this? What's that? And you drag them. You show that the emperor wears no clothes. Harris should have been standing on a scale when she walked out and been like, hey, Trump, here's my height, weight. Are you going to do the same? Will you be honest with people? Get on this. We got to drag these people emotionally because that's the only way that you debunk a person like Trump.
I mean, I hear what you're saying, but it's the power of Trump that has to be taken in consideration. Like, for instance, Caitlin Collins of CNN, she's one that is incredibly professional with President Trump, despite numerous attacks. I mean, he's always attacking her. He's always attacking the network. She's the one he said that does not smile. I don't know why the hell a reporter should be required to smile when they're talking to the president, but if she pushes back even remotely close to the energy he's giving her, she'll never be allowed to question him again. She'll never be on Air Force One. I mean, he'll just block her entirely.
Yeah. So I know the system, and I don't even need to question Trump. I question the Congress members and go, hey, why are you allowing this? Can you please explain what this says? See, I question the people who actually hold the power, not the idiot who thinks he's got power, and that's the problem. We're questioning the wrong person, and we're asking the wrong questions because people are scared to be actually patriotic.
Well, in regards to Congress, I think that on the MAGA side of the aisle, because I've heard plenty of folks say securing the border is enough. Yeah, the economy's not great. We're at a war. We don't quite know when the end of the war is going to, when the war is going to end and things like that. But for Trump supporters, I think securing the border, getting rid of these immigrants that are here illegally, and of course, addressing the transgender community. I think for MAGA, he's already won. I think they're okay with, they're willing to sustain a struggling economy and all this other stuff. If you can get rid of these people that don't belong here, we'll give you time to straighten that other stuff out. I think he's already won in their eyes.
Oh, he has, because we've handed it to him. Because too much money, people make money off it. You want the solution for the undocumented? It's really easy. If hugs are a problem coming across the border, didn't they put 25-year mandatory minimum in for using and distributing them? But when it comes to an undocumented person, suddenly it's okay to hire them. And then they'll just remove them, but you can just go out and hire them again. Even though that's about 20 to 30 years worth of felonies, we won't talk about that. We won't talk about the fact that we put in E-Verify, the virtual wall, which Congress has tried to pass numerous times and always blocked by Republicans. Hell, Trump was mandated to install E-Verify, the virtual wall that verifies the legal status of an employee before you can hire them. I put in a virtual wall around the devil's lettuce industry. So tight, 90% of politicians, if not all, wouldn't even qualify to check an ID at a devil's lettuce store in Colorado.
Damn.
It's called logical business. Like, to own a store, it was 10-year background check, 10-year financial history, good moral turpitude, 5-year criminal history. You had to put every single bank account and everything while signing over full power of attorney to the state. To be an employee, 5 years and 3 years back taxes. Every single person who works in the devil's lettuce is up to date on their taxes, is up to date on their child support, and has got a good criminal history and a U.S. citizen. And we pay for that every single 2 years. We used to pay every year. That's just called E-Verify, which we, the citizens, paid for in 1998. We're asking the wrong questions because we're arguing emotionally without taking a step back and going, what's the actual mechanism of cause? We're not going after the right person.
I don't disagree with that. But let me ask you in regards to this whole capitalism versus socialism debate that's going on and things like that. In the comments, Bake Boss says the DSA has cooked any midterm hopes for the Democrats. Do you see it like that? This Democrat socialist movement is just toxic for the Democrats' hopes?
Oh, it's the new Jill Stein and Bernie Sanders mixed into one, creating a bunch of wannabe philosophy debate bro fucking idiots who, again, no one knows the substance of the document. Because when we say we're voting party lines, that means you're violating your oath to the Constitution and giving an oath to a party.
But do you feel that these DSA-related candidates, like what is the name?
It's how Trump will get elected, or a Republican will get elected with 30%, because they'll fuck it up enough to push the vote in one way.
So you do believe the DSA movement is toxic for the Democrat Party then?
Correct. Any party movement for citizens of the United States is toxic because it's we the people, not we the parties.
I don't know. MAGA came along, and it was a boom. It was a success for Republicans. MAGA is not the traditional conservatives, and it worked for them.
Correct. Because the Confederate States of America said they'd rise, and they wanted to go back to the Articles of Confederation. So America 1776 is the Articles of Confederation. Americans are straight white males who will go across and create genocide, get commodities for their own personal wealth, while keeping everyone else down, banning education, etc. It's the English model.
Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're saying? MAGA wants to do that?
Well, isn't that what Make America Great 1776 is? Because we're the United States, March 4th, 1789.
I don't know.
They told you exactly what they're doing.
So
America, that's how you do the paper coup. It's the most genius overthrow internally I've ever seen, and the best paper coup.
So let me make sure I get this clear for my viewers that are watching. And by the way, if you're watching us on YouTube, I need you to smash that like button. Certainly tap the screen if you're watching on TikTok as well. Follow the program. For viewers, I want you to just clarify this. So if MAGA gets their way, what type of America are we looking at? Because you're painting a pretty dark picture. What do you see?
Why did we have an American Revolution? Because America was so shit, we had to overthrow it to form the United States, which there would be a white male patriarchal society that allows the otherance of the people into subcategories. The free person gets to decide. White women will be in a subservient role of barefoot and pregnant and being kept in the house, all while everyone else will be othered. The wealthy will be able to get wealthier, the robbers and baron style aspects, and you'll be able to go and colonize other people's land and take the commodities while just creating genocide in those regions if you so choose. America.
And yet,
that's what America was.
And you're going to tell me that MAGA wants to do all of that, even up to and including keeping white women barefoot and pregnant and subservient. If MAGA wants to, let me ask you this: if MAGA wants to do all of these, what?
Here's the reason: because the white woman doesn't mind because she's got another person cleaning up the house. Yeah, she has to be pregnant, but she doesn't have to breastfeed it. They had other people to do that. Do you know nothing about these people?
What the fuck? Are you saying they're trying to go all the way back to slavery?
Well, what you think America is? What you think happens when the 14th Amendment's revoked? When the 13th's gone, when they only go back to the first 10 amendments, like on whitehouse.gov or in his Bible. Then if you combine that with the Articles of Confederation of dismantling the federal government by having a sort of a dictator with more states' rights, yeah, that's their white male patriarchal society of what they want. 100 million white people.
MAGA reacts in the comments.
Other people.
MAGA reacts. Hold on. MAGA reacts in the comments says MAGA is just about making America great again. None of that extra stuff. He's denying it.
Again, America isn't the country. We're the United States. To make America great again is exactly that. If you understand history and words, hence you overthrow a country with words. The best paper coup I've seen. U.S. citizens voted for America, color, gender permissions, not the United States, person rights, citizen privileges and immunities of the people. You just handed everything over because everyone's too emotional to understand United States, people, person, citizen. It's really funny at this stage.
So then I gotta ask, if MAGA intends to do, literally turn us all the way back to the era of slavery, which is what you're saying, why the hell would DSA candidates be toxic? Say what you want about socialism.
It helps get Republicans back in.
Why?
Democrats distracted, fighting amongst other shit while they take structural paper control. Is it the American flag or the United States flag? Does White House Gov say United States is back or America's back? Is it the Save United States Voters Act or Save American Voters Act where you have to be American citizens? Did we just celebrate America 1776? Do we have a gold statue? Do I need to keep going? It's the best paper coup. America, 1776, color, gender permissions overthrew the United States. March 4th, 1789, people, person, citizen.
About white women being okay with this because they got slaves or what. I don't see why, even under this, I don't see why white women will want this, because that means he can beat your ass with no accountability. He can leave you with no accountability. Why would a white woman want this?
Because it puts them back in not having to actually go out and work. They'll take the little bit of hassle because, again, they're better than somebody. What I've learned about, unfortunately, as a Celt, I've learned about white U.S. citizens. A lot of them, unfortunately, not all of them. The white woman's the most dangerous. She'll get the white man angry, he'll go out in the streets and commit the violence. And so the white woman is very apathetic behind the scenes and perpetuates it. And they'll put up with the bullshit because, again, they get to drink their fucking whatever it is, mint juleps playing bridge while another person breastfeeds and takes care of their kids. I've seen enough of the movie Django. They will be barefoot, toothless in a shack as long as they're better than somebody else.
Jesus.
Because they have the chance of still being better because at least they're white. It's fucking crazy.
So in other words, white women want socialism after all.
Their socialism, their first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, not the Bill of Rights. Remember, it's their version of what America is, which is white male patriarchal society. And they are okay with that. And they are fine with their husband going down and raping the other slaves to create more slaves that can own and run the land.
Yeah,
they understand that. They're okay with that.
And Gen X in the comments, who actually does believe women shouldn't have the right to vote and women shouldn't be in positions of management. He says when women know the ass whoopings around the corner, they behave like they should. So he's kind of agreeing with you. Wow.
Yeah, but also you just send him out down to the other quarters where he goes takes it out on other people. See, that's what the white woman's fine with. She needs the other person there to be the buffer. Where'd you think the term cracker comes from? That was a job title.
Yeah, the whip. Yeah, I mean, and I see in the comments, Handsome Conservative says this man is full of shit. It is unbelievable. He really doesn't understand anything. Well, Gen X is kind of agreeing with him, Handsome Conservative. So I don't know. He's kind of saying something different, but this is frightening to say the least. That if MAGA wants to take us back this fucking far, the Democrats fighting over whether or not a traditional Democrat or a DSA candidate should be. Both of them are significantly better than what you're talking about.
Yeah, so let's just break it down to really simple. Really simple. What's the name of our country? Is it United States or is it America?
It is the United States of America.
No. That's a descriptive sentence. So it's POTUSA, it's SCOTUSA, it's USAMC, it's USA Army, it's oaths to the Constitution of the United States of America, treasons against the Constitution of the United States of America, Article 6 again, the supreme law of the land, Constitution of the United States of America. Incorrect. It's United States.
All right. I got it.
So now that we know the name of our country is United States, and even when you use the descriptive sentence, I can ask a second grader this. USA, put the A first. What's the answer? AUS. There would be treason too. United States, because it's United first, the Constitution, state second, your state constitution, and then your municipality, your jurisdiction, dry town, brothel town, third. There's an order. It's really easy.
I got an interesting pushback for your suggestion of what MAGA intends to do with this great nation and how far they intend to turn us back. Handsome Conservative says Republicans are completely in charge right now. If what you're saying is true, they would be doing that right now. So he's saying that you can't be accurate because they're in control of all the mechanisms of government, and this is not happening. What say you?
So go to whitehouse.gov. Is America back or is the United States? Have a look. Are we American citizens in the American Voters Act?
Yeah, but you're talking about slavery and all this other shit, though.
I'm showing you how you have to do the paper play. It's been a slow paper coup. Now, what they've been doing, and I warned everyone about for years, the moment a white woman and man can get unalived in the streets and people still continue, that lets me know the paper coup has succeeded. Then I said, watch as it changes in paperwork. It's now the American flag, American citizen, Save American Voters Act. Not one member of Congress has said that's impossible because there is no American voter. See, an American citizen isn't a U.S. citizen, it's a white male citizen, a free person. You're all missing the exact paper coup and the structural way that you do it. ICE in the streets with Congress violating the 14th of the Lankin-Riley Act. The detention camps, essentially slavery in action, but it's not against you guys yet, it's against other people. So it's not us. First, they didn't come for me. That's the other person's. And that's the trick. They've always othered everyone on paper. And that's why to make America great, or first, you have to have your Heritage Foundation, local cities, states, governors, state legislature, Congress, and then your presidency. Since 1973, they put this exact play in. It's really quite genius.
So what happens? I got to move it on for time, but real quick. So the midterms, do you think they will go down as normal? You said a paper coup.
No election has ever been free and fair because we've got it.
What are you expecting in November, though? What are you expecting in November? You said a paper coup.
I'm expecting it's already occurred. America's structurally taken over, and now Democrats prevented it. You've always been othered your entire life, as have a lot of people. So Congress have perpetuated it. So I just see that Democrats will fight each other. They'll annoy enough Republicans with their emotional nonsense. Republicans will come out and just vote Republican to piss them off. And even with a smaller amount, structurally, Democrats will have split the vote up themselves amongst the two parties.
So you're expecting a red wave in November?
Now, I'm expecting a blue wave to divide itself, just like they always do.
Who is going to win the midterms, though? Who is going to ultimately win?
It will be Republicans, but not a wave. Democrat wave, they will split themselves, and a tide will come in of Republicans, and they will have the numbers to win.
So, in other words, the Republicans will maintain control of the House and Senate, in your opinion?
Yes, just because Democrats will split their own oceans, parting of the blue seas instead of the Red Sea, or whatever it was back by Moses.
They're not. The analysts are saying the opposite. I got to move it on, but I certainly want to talk to you after the midterms. We will certainly continue this conversation. That's concerning. I'll just say it like that. That's concerning.
I agree, because we should all just be unified on a singular message. Where do rights come from? What power do people have? Are people doing their job? And are we just going to keep perpetuating the same emotional buzzword bullshit, or are we actually going to start having people do their jobs? And we're just going to the emotional nonsense. So that's my fear.
Well, we'll see what happens in November. Thank you very much for coming through, Smokey. As always, pleasure. Wow. So according to Smokey, by way of yes or no, who do you think's got it? Midterms. Do you, yes, put in R or D, midterms. Who do you think's going to be victorious? R or D? Now, I suppose if the Democrats win Congress but not the Senate, that's still a win for the Democrats because they can still do a lot to stop Trump's agenda or slow him down, even with only controlling Congress. Republicans need to win both to be victorious. The Democrats really only need to win one. So looking in the comments, though, like, for instance, the war that's going on right now. If the Democrats win Congress, they got power to stop that because Trump didn't go to Congress, and this whole notion that it's a excursion or whatever he's calling it. I mean, it would have to go to the courts, and they would make that decision. But I cannot imagine the courts would look at what we're doing with Iran, even a conservative court. It's hard to imagine they would look at what we're doing with Iran at this point and say that's not a war. But you need a Congress to take it to the courts. The Republican Congress are going to just let Trump do what he wants no matter how long, but the Democrat Congress would do that. In the comments, most of the folks disagree with Smokey on the midterms. Looks like most folks, at least on TikTok, are saying that the Democrats will win the midterms. I don't know if that's the House and Senate, or are we just talking about the? I guess I should have had you put in there D for Congress. So the first D or R is Congress. The second D or R is the Senate. So if you think the Democrats are going to win Congress but lose the Senate, you would put DR. The first D or R is Congress. The second D or R is the Senate. That's what I should have had you do. So 2 letters. So I'm curious. Do you think? And I've seen the comments. Texas says the Republicans are going to win both Congress and the Senate. So you put RR. Well, we'll see. And I see Tree Finder says just the opposite. Trump is negotiating with Iran every day of the week except Saturdays and Sundays. You think Trump is really negotiating with Iran? I mean, because if you're Iran, why would you negotiate with Trump? I mean, are you really going to trust him? Remember, Trump offered Iran a substantial windfall. Many would suggest even more so than what Obama gave them. And they kept bombing. I don't believe Iran thinks Trump will honor his agreements. Look, we're talking about the not the JCPOA. I'm talking about stuff even domestically, like with this whole slush fund being given to January 6th protesters. There are people in America that do not expect Trump to honor his agreements. The people of Iran know that. The people of Iran go, half of your own people don't trust you. Why should we? I don't expect the people of Iran to enter into any deal with President Trump before the midterms. It's just not in their best interest. They have a much better chance at success of keeping things a mess and helping the Democrats hopefully get elected, because the Democrats would then hold Trump to a higher temperature fire than the Iranians ever could. So I don't think they're going to enter a deal with Trump. I don't see how that could be viewed as trustworthy. Trump could break that any given time. Looking in the comments, Facts Only says that man has zero credibility. Well, the DNC is out of money. Don't see them pulling off a win. You would say that, Texas? You think the DNC is out of money? From what I hear, I don't know, the Senate candidate down in your state going against Tallarico, he was on Fox News asking for money because Tallarico has 20 times more money than him. So I think you're wrong about the DNC having money. I think it might be somewhat the opposite. Depends on what race we're talking about, but I don't think the Democrats are completely out of money. Credibility is not needed if the deal is good on both sides. You got to trust the person you're making that deal with, though. MAGA reacts. Good evening, MAGA. And by the way, help your boy with the hat mustache, TikTok, cap, go, show your boy some love, support the program, and get the likes on up to 90,000. MAGA, good evening.
Tim, you want to start with that video about black people?
Sure.
I don't want to spend too much time on it. You know your callers, your black callers, and that white racist lady that's pretending to be black, they all can do that to you like every day.
Marty Barr, thank you. How? Explain, elaborate.
What do you mean? They call you all those names. They make fun of you for even like not even defending, for straw manning Trump. Because you don't really defend him, you just straw man him. And, you know, they attack you all the time for just... for not being like their fucking parrot, for not being their puppet. Just because you have your own thoughts and you do your own thing. Everything in that video, she literally did to you while you're talking about it.
Wait, hold on. I'll give you more time, but now you got me wanting to play the damn video again just so I can get clarity of what you're saying. And if you hear, feel free to interrupt so I can get clarity on what you said. If you say something, I'll stop it to discuss it with you.
Let's tell the truth. Nobody wants to say out loud. Black people are their own worst enemies and the downfall of their own culture. I have never seen any other race do what black culture does to its own people. You don't see Asian people say, oh, you moved out of the hood, you changed. Now you're a piece of shit. You don't see white people make fun of somebody for talking educated. You don't see white people clown a kid for getting good grades, but you see it every single day in black culture. You're not black enough. Since when do you have to hit a certain level of ghetto to be accepted by your own people? Even Joe Biden knew that mindset. If you don't vote for me, you ain't black. Think about that. When did voting Democratic become a black requirement? You never hear someone say, oh, you're not white enough, you're not Hispanic enough, oh, you're not Asian enough. You never hear a white guy who grew up in Section 8 housing, worked his ass off, got a good job, bought a mansion, and then his own white family says, oh, you moved out of poverty. Now you're not white enough anymore. You're a piece of shit. That never happens. Only in black culture do they take positives and turn it into negatives. If you're black and you speak eloquently, if you don't speak in slang, you're looked down upon. If you pronounce all your words correctly, you're looked down upon. If you're not a stereotypical representation of what the media says black should be, guess what? You're looked down upon. Then comes the names. Coon, Uncle Tom. Oh, you're trying to act white. They look down on education and positivity. You get straight A's and you get attacked for wanting to be white. How is straight A's a white thing?
Can you pause that? Like, if you rewind a little bit, he said it like on point. They attack you for not being the stereotype Democrat black person just because you question, you know, the Democrats and you straw man or agree with Biden, Trump on some things. And, you know, they just attack you for not towing the line. And they say you're not black and they take away your black card. I mean, almost everything in that video they've done to you, maybe not 100% about all the same things, but in a way it's just the same. Because you're not, they're stereotypical like what they want you to be.
Here's what I actually don't totally disagree with you. I do get that. You are right. But here's where I do disagree with him. This ain't something unique to the black community. MAGA says the same shit if you don't agree with them. If you don't agree with them 100% of the time, you're a rhino or something with Marjorie Taylor Greene and the rest of them. You got folks who say like what was the guy? David Duke. If you don't vote for Trump, you're a traitor to the white race. He say that, you know, you ain't black enough. He mentioned that you ain't black enough. What the hell is a Negro lover? That's the same shit. It ain't that this is
I'm
the
not
point.
gonna stereotype whatever. I'm just talking about your callers that you talk to every fucking day.
Okay, fair enough. But MAGA does the same
or
thing.
Any of these other MAGA feels or whatever Republicans feel. I'm talking about your callers.
Okay,
versus
wait,
the
if
MAGA callers.
you're
I don't know any
speaking,
MAGA callers that do that
if
too.
you're speaking only about the callers, then I don't disagree with that. But what I'm simply saying is he makes it sound like this is a black thing, and I'm 100% certain that plenty of other groups, include particularly whites, you know, he said you ain't black enough. You ever heard of it? If you got one drop of black or brown blood, you're not a pure white person? Then you're not white enough. I mean, the white race says the same shit.
We're talking about like normal people here, Tim.
This ain't normal.
People, other races don't do that.
The shit he's saying ain't normal either. Plenty of black people don't think like this.
I mean, are you calling your callers abnormal, your black callers and your Democrat callers abnormal? Because every one of them does that to you. They all call you a fluffer. They all call you all kinds of names and say, you know.
Do you think MAGA's not normal?
You for not towing the line and being the stereotypical person they expect you to be.
Is MAGA not normal? Because MAGA fits the narrative of everything I just said. Are they not normal?
What do you mean?
The whole thing about, you know, if you don't agree with us, you're a rhino. Same shit he's talking about. If you're not black enough, you're talking too proper. MAGA says the same. If you don't defend Trump on everything, you're a rhino, you're a traitor, you hate America. It's the same shit.
That's not true because you got different levels of MAGA that come on here. Like Jeremy, you don't see me ever attacking Jeremy for not liking Trump anymore. I'm like, all right, that's how you feel, buddy. Hopefully you can earn it back one day.
Okay, I can bring up Dencal. Dencal doesn't say the stuff you're talking about. I'm simply saying, though, as a whole, MAGA views you that way. I mean, you don't see a lot of MAGA defending Marjorie Taylor Greene. They treated her the same way you're saying that these folks saying fluffing and all of that. They did the same thing to her.
Hold on, but like she's just as popular now. Like I don't really see her.
She ain't popular with MAGA.
She quit.
She ain't popular with MAGA.
Says who? I've never come up here and said anything bad about her. Is there a person that came up here and said something bad about MTG? That's MAGA?
Hell yeah. I've had people come up here and say bad things about her and Liz Cheney. All of them well-known, well-established.
Liz Cheney, because I fucking hated Bush and the Cheneys since when I was a Democrat.
Well, she was
Cheney's a different story. But
they loved her. Liz Cheney was in high regards with MAGA until January 5th, the day before that shit happened. She wasn't gonna get reelected in Wyoming.
Only because nobody gives a fuck.
Okay, but all of a sudden January 6th happened. Right.
Like no one gave a fuck.
Nobody gave a fuck.
Us the reason to give a fuck.
Right.
We just didn't go for her.
Nobody gave a fuck until she went against Trump. Hold on. Nobody gave a fuck until she went against Trump. Then suddenly they all gave a fuck. That's exactly what he's talking about.
She reminded us of Dick Cheney. I mean,
She didn't remind you of shit. She didn't remind you of shit. If January 6th didn't happen, she would still be a congresswoman in Wyoming, or maybe even a senator by now.
Because no one gives a fuck about Congress people. Like seriously, Tim, you keep pretending like they matter. When it comes to one congressperson, they don't fucking matter.
You said who gives a fuck about Congress? You guys talk about AOC every fucking day.
Because she's on fucking TV every day making noise.
I thought you said nobody. I thought you said nobody cares about Congress.
Bring up her name.
Now you moving the bar.
MAGA, do you ever stop talking? Jesus, fuck, man. No, I paid for this time now. It's my time, stupid.
It doesn't mean you get to steal it. You get to ask me questions.
You never let Tim talk. You never let anybody fucking talk. Jesus Christ, get a point out, let them respond, and then a conversation happens. But you don't ever shut the fuck up.
Because you guys fucking don't give me time to reply.
I'm not gangster grandma. I give you time. Did you hear me interrupting you that whole fucking time? No, I let you go on, but you didn't find an end point. You never find an end point, dude.
All right,
go ahead. What do you want to ask?
I wanted to point out how ridiculous this is that so many people put pretzel emojis in there for you all the time.
Okay.
And then you pretend that you didn't like Liz Cheney right now before.
I never liked
She
Liz
voted
Cheney.
98% of the time with Trump when she was still in office before J6. Like, man, don't play.
And I want to say, hold on.
You think I even know every congressman in office right now?
Here's what I want to say. It's interesting that after Trump had a problem with Liz Cheney, everybody brings up, well, she was part of Dick Cheney and the Bushes. That shit's 8 years ago because Bush left office in January 2009. She's been hanging around. If you had a problem, she wouldn't have. How many times did she have to get reelected? Hold on. Now you're interrupting as he talks about. Think about their only Congress they only get 2 years per term. You guys were voting her in over and over and over again. Since Bush had left office, that means she had won like 3 or 4 elections at that point. So the idea that you guys didn't like her because she was part of the Bush, that's bullshit. You had voted her in again and again and again. If it wasn't for January 6th, that woman would still be in high regard with MAGA.
Can I talk now?
Yes, you can.
One of the reasons Trump got shot up into the spotlight was by attacking the Bushes, attacking fucking George Bush, Jeb Bush, and attacking the Iraq war and being anti-war and doing all this fucking shit. And that's one of the reasons he became, that's one of the reasons I liked him, because he was anti whatever that fucking bullshit that Bush did in his fucking
he wasn't anti-Cheney though. He wasn't anti-Cheney until Cheney said something about him.
Was the puppet master.
Until Cheney said something about him. Because keep in mind, Trump won in 2016. The 2018 midterms, that means Liz Cheney got elected even in that case. And then in 2020 she got elected again. So
that's the other thing. You act like MAGA elected her. Some fucking Republicans in buttfuck Egypt fucking elected her.
She's winning.
Who cares? That's like a small R plus like 20 fucking area that elected her. No one gave a fuck because
in Wyoming.
Making shit up again.
Yeah, she's winning in Wyoming. Ain't nothing there but MAGA. That's all.
It's the least populated state in the country, man.
MAGA, no. And MAGA, just because the Republicans doesn't make them MAGA. And
for a minute.
Not back in 2016 and 2018. Fuck, we have to.
Ted Cruz campaigned for Trump after he called his wife ugly. What are you talking about?
Yeah, that was 4 years later.
No,
he fucking campaigned for him in that election.
It was that year.
I'll just say this. The fact that Trump, when he got pissed off with Liz Cheney, he was able to easily get rid of her shows that she was winning by MAGA.
How did you make this about Trump? We're talking about how these fucking...
I'm talking about Liz Cheney. I'm talking about what you...
Always, you make everything about fucking Trump.
You said Liz Cheney was not... You made it sound like Liz... Hold on, hang on. You made it sound like Liz Cheney was...
You brought up Liz Cheney. I never brought up Liz Cheney.
Yeah, because he is connected to this dude. You guys are trying to make it sound like this guy is trying to make it sound like this type of mindset is only happening in the black community. And what I'm saying is MAGA fits all of the narrative he's talking about.
The parallels aren't even the same, Tim. Like the way you build these fucking dumb parallels,
it's a parallel.
One has nothing to do with the other. Liz Cheney was attacked because she literally campaigned with the Democrats. I don't know what else.
She didn't campaign with no Democrats. She voted to hold them accountable.
She was on stage with fucking Harris. She was on stage with Harris. She was on stage with the J6 committee attacking Republicans that were just trying to figure out who won a damn election.
They already hated her by then.
And I can't say the E word. I get banned.
I don't think you understand timelines very well.
That's what I was going to say.
She was already lost her primary election. And so she literally had nothing else to lose after being attacked. The same way Marjorie Taylor Greene has nothing to lose after she was attacked. It keeps happening over and over again. You keep coming.
You don't see MTV like campaigning with Democrats. She's hanging out with Tucker and the rest of the.
Shit, what the fuck is Tulsi Gabbard? It's the same thing on the other side. Kennedy is on the Trump administration. He ran for a Democrat president. It's the same shit.
All right, but I don't get what that parallel has anything to do with these people calling you names.
Please.
Like we started about like how these black people are calling you bad names just because you strawman some Republican
white
things.
People do that to white people too.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sure, but I don't do it to Tim. I've never called Tim names just because he didn't.
Okay, please let me talk. Please let me talk. You never shut the fuck up. Tim is playing a role to then be argumentative across, and then people get mad at his role that he's playing, and then they call him all sorts of names because it's an act. And we know that in this TikTok.
I plead no contest, like Dr. Fauci. As Dr. Fauci told me, I plead no contest.
It's not an act, it's just being a host.
That's what a host is.
Exactly. So why are you calling him names for doing his job?
I plead no contest.
This is an entertainment show. Man, what don't you understand here?
Well, thank you for entertaining us by
There's one other stereotype. Please, let me get with her one more thing. You keep saying, please, shut the fuck up for a couple seconds. Jesus, fuck, man. Okay, you said, why does everything always come back to Trump? Because you never admit to anything when anything actually happens. And we'll have video evidence, and you go, no, he probably meant to help people, so you can't judge him. And then it piles and piles and piles. I ran.
I actually told Mac. Mac actually told you, we were talking, and I said that. I said, anytime you criticize a Democrat for something that Trump did, because you said I had Trump derangement syndrome. I said, if you voted for Trump, and then you're criticizing somebody else on the left for doing something that Trump did, to me, I'm going to bring up Trump because it shows you this really ain't that important to you. If you let Trump get away with it and you still voted for him, then I don't see why you criticizing the left. That's what Sherbert is saying is exactly what I told you.
Anyway, so it's so incredibly annoying, and he'll never let me get through it all the way. But he lets things go over and over and over and over.
What happened to him?
And then when we bring it back up to him, he goes, why are you talking about this? I never agreed. We still gotta wait to see how it goes.
Why are you slowing down his voice?
You're right. He talks so fucking fast. No, I think he's stupid, just to be honest. I think he code switches like crazy. And so when he wouldn't stop saying, he kept talking about how they're making fun of you. We call him a pretzel because he's constantly turning himself inside out to make these opinions stick. And then he says, oh, why would they call you that? Because that's how this show is. You do the exact same thing just to yourself by being stupid. I believe the things I believe, and I don't generally change them unless I see a reason to change it. He just goes, oh, what does True Social say? Okay, that's truth. That's, Renee Good was a terrorist. Sure.
No, how did he get dropped? He wanted to continue speaking. I don't know what the hell happened.
I mean, my time's probably up. That was the main thing I wanted to say. The code switching's pissed me off, and he never believes the things we tell him. So when it always comes back to him, it's because there's literally a mountain of shit to pull from that he has done.
Yeah. I don't disagree. Sometimes he contradicts previous statements. So that's
all the time.
That's the man. All right, I'll leave it at that.
Have a good night.
You too, Sherbert. Appreciate it. Tap the screen. Help me warm up the hat and mustache. TikTok cap goes. I have to ask that. We're a long way from that. Tap the screen. If you're watching us on YouTube, smash that like button. If you happen to be watching us on Clapper, Instagram, TikTok, Substack, follow the program. If you're watching us on YouTube, give your guy a sub. We're here most weekdays. In the comments, war is peace. Freedom is slavery. Ignorance is strength. MAGA in a nutshell. Is that what you're saying? MAGA believes they believe war is peace, freedom is slavery, and ignorance is strength. Yikes. In the comments here, can I know you on here? What do you mean, can you know me on here? I don't understand that comment there under the holy order. And by the way, under the holy order, you typing a lot. Liz tried to hold January 6ers and Trump administration responsible for their crimes. She went against the dear leader and therefore was subjected to his wrath and death threats from MAGA. Tammy, that's spot on. That is the only reason MAGA has an issue with Liz Cheney. All of this bullshit about she was connected to the Bushes and the Iraq war. No, it is her stance on holding Trump accountable for January 6th. If she had stood with the rest of the Republican Party and turned a blind eye to what happened on January 6th, she would be still in good standing with Trump. That's it. That is the only reason. All of that other stuff, Like what MAGA brought up, MAGA Reacts just brought up about the Iraq War and her being in with the Cheneys and Bushes and all that shit. All of that's an excuse to not make it sound like all it took is for Trump to tell me, snap his fingers and say, don't fuck with her no more. So we'll come up with some ways to justify it. But as I stated, all of the stuff that they're bringing up as a reason to why they don't like Liz Cheney, they reelected her multiple times after all of that stuff. So clearly that was not causing MAGA not to like Liz Cheney. January 6th is when the hatred to Jay, just like with Marjorie Taylor Greene, they're calling her Marjorie Trader Brown and all. It's the Epstein files. That's it. That's it. It's all it is. It's the Epstein files. She disagreed with Trump on one thing, just like Liz Cheney's one issue, and boom, this person is enemy number one. What I don't understand, though, is why more and more people keep lining up with Trump, not realizing you could be this too. These are people that were in really, really good standing with President Trump. And now look where they're at. And it's just no shortage of people willing to be the next Marjorie Taylor Greene, willing to be the next Liz Cheney or Thomas Massey or some of these folks. There's no shortage of people willing to do that. I assume they're making some money and power out of it some kind of way. There's got to be something behind it. So I'm not going to say they're totally stupid. They're getting something out of it because Marjorie Taylor Greene made a fortune. I'm assuming Liz Cheney's worth a fortune. I mean, they're making money out of it some kind of way. In the comments, Alter Ego, thank you for the hat and a mustache. And in the comments here real quick, he said she would look good with 7 guns pointed at her. That's what Trump said. Yep, I remember him saying that, James Custer. And people just keep lining up to be the next one. Fauci, by the way, with all the criticism of Dr. Fauci, Trump gave him an award during his first term. Trump was on television next to Dr. Fauci when he was telling you to wash your groceries and wear masks and social distance. Trump was next to him co-signing all that shit. So I don't know. Go figure. Tim, you can't be this ignorant, says Michael Hacker. Elaborate, Mike. Maybe I am not ignorant and I need you to help correct me. Show me the way. Don't lead me astray. The party you told to reject the evidence of your eyes and ears, it was their final, most essential command. George Orwell. Rest in peace, Renee, Alex, and Ruben. Who is Ruben? Which one is it? I'm sure I know the story of Ruben. I mean, obviously Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. Ruben didn't get as much airtime. Who is Ruben? Explain that one to me. Let me go back to the box, tap the screen, and we'll go to Tree Finder. Good evening, Tree Finder. Welcome to Renee Nicole Good is the one that was driving the red SUV. The ICE agent shot her in the face through the window saying she was trying to run him over, and all of MAGA was like, yay, this is what we voted for. Alex Preddy's the one that kicked out the tail light on one of the ICE vehicles, and they gave him the old polyester pile up. A bunch of people jumped on top of him, stepped off. Somebody yelled gun, and they just started emptying weapons on the guy after taking his gun, by the way. I'm thinking Ruben is probably along that line. I just can't remember, because he didn't get the same airplay. Was his death caught on camera as well? Who is Ruben? Somebody let me know in the comments. Because the name sounds familiar, though, but everybody's seen Renee Nicole. And by the way, the Trump administration blocked everyone else. Hang on one second there, Tree Finder. The Trump administration blocked anyone from investigating the death of Renee Nicole Good and Alex Preddy. So they prevented the city of Minneapolis from having any part in the investigation as to how they died and all of that. And they took control of the investigation, and they just never concluded it. They still have not released a complete investigation or an official finding. And the rumors are that the cops that were involved in it, they're back on the street again. So it's obvious that they from day one were going to side with the cops. Tree Finder, he dropped. Okay, we'll move on to the next caller. We'll go to 1970 Boo Hog. Is that MAGA reaction? Sherbert also said Trump has nothing to do with how a ship commander does his job. 1970, good evening. You got a bad signal, looks like. I don't think we're going to be here from 1970, whatever the name is there. All right, we'll move on, if you will. And there we go, Max, we can hear you. Let's go, Ice, whoop, whoop. Que bueno, huh? You like that, Sunset Boulevard. You like what ICE is doing? This administration are the true terrorists, says a positive change is just a day away. MAGA, good evening. Welcome back.
Tim, round 2.
Okay.
Oh, man. All right, so capitalism versus socialism, or you want to keep pretzeling the other shit?
Let's talk about this. Now, this is what I wanted. This is what the show was about in the beginning. What I'm asking is, I know you're anti-socialist, and there's nothing wrong with that. We'll talk about it. But what I want to ask you is this. If you encounter a voter, a prospective voter that is promoting socialism, and they're crying out about things like rising healthcare costs, they can't afford daycare for their children, wages are not increasing, college is becoming unaffordable for them, and they're wondering about, they can't afford to send their kids there, housing being unaffordable. How do you talk to somebody like that? If they're promoting socialism because they're saying under the capitalist system, I can't do anything with the stuff that I just named, what do you tell them?
I think the socialism has a lot to do with what's going on. Like, the Democrats have been implementing all these socialism shit, and it's the reason our healthcare is super expensive and the reason college is super expensive. I mean, the fact that we finance pretty much anything you want to do in college is why it got so expensive. I mean, colleges get all this money from dumb people getting us.
And that started in the Democrats are doing that?
Whatever bullshit.
You're blaming all that on the Democrats? You're blaming the fact that you can take out a college loan on Democrats?
Let me blame it on socialism. I don't want to blame it on the Democrats because some of them are not 100% socialist.
So what are you saying? The college loan should not be available? I don't know. How is taking out a loan and being required to pay it back? How is that socialism?
Because that money going to those schools makes them increase their fucking... it makes them increase their tuition.
That sounds like capitalism.
They're getting all this money from all these people. They have to make it harder because they don't have enough school to go around.
So we got a heavy demand, which is the demand everybody is demanding for a college degree. So the demand is heavy, and the producer of the degree is raising the price. That's supply and demand. That sounds more like capitalism. That don't sound like ain't nobody getting nothing for free. The colleges are charging the students.
It would be capitalism if the fact that the government is paying most of it.
They're not. The students got to pay the money back with interest. That's not socialism.
Yeah, but a lot of them don't. A lot of them were successful.
But that's not. But the government fully intends to collect that money. Just because people ain't answering their debts, the government ain't letting those debts go. So I'm not hearing the socialism. That's still capitalism.
Trust me, it's not. It's not. The fact that whenever you subsidize anything, whether you call it socialism or whatever the fuck it is, it makes things more expensive. So you start paying for college, you start paying for healthcare, you start paying for whatever. It's going to make that thing more expensive because a lot of people are just going to go to college just to go to college because shit, the government's paying for it. Why not?
The government is
degrees and shit they don't even need.
But that's an ignorant person. The government is not paying for it. A lot of people have tried to go to college and take out. They get their credit fucked up. They get their wages garnished. The government is coming back for that money. How are you calling this socialism?
Because by then the schools got their money and now they're fucking raising tuition and making it more expensive than ever to go to school.
But
listen, you don't have to listen to me. A lot more smarter people fucking say these things. Way smarter people than myself say these things.
Well,
yourself.
I agree that giving students loans with little or no oversight gives the colleges the ability to raise prices and shit like that. But I don't agree, and I agree that even if, as you say, people smarter than you, they're pointing.
It fucks up the supply and demand because it increases the demand artificially. It gives you artificial demand because the government's paying for it.
Okay, and the people you say that are smarter than you, they're pointing out that stuff where I disagree. They're not calling that socialism though. That's not. They got to pay the money back. It ain't socialism. It's fucked up. It can lead to problems. It's not socialism.
A lot of it is subsidized. The interest is lower because the government's securing it, And a lot of it is just free money. It's free grants.
It's not free. You got to pay it back. It ain't free.
No, there's a lot of it that's free. I mean, we give out free money to go to college all the time, which I support that. But when you overdo it, you just end up with overpriced colleges. I mean,
You're the first person I've ever heard refer to student loans as socialism with full expectation that the person pays them back. I've never heard somebody say that because everybody is not getting what you're talking about. A lot of people pay these I'm still paying on mine. A lot of people pay these student loans back.
Yeah, but they're cheaper because the government subsidizes them.
Subsidizing is not subsidizing and socialism to me are two different things. You guys refer to socialism as free shit. That ain't free shit.
I guess, but it's things like that that make colleges more expensive. So the more you do things like that, it just, if you don't do it right, it ends up making everything more expensive.
So how do you stop it?
Once you start it, it's hard to stop. Like, you're already giving out loans like this. If you cut off loans, you're going to be the most unpopular politician there is. If you're like, hey, we're going to stop giving out college loans.
I don't think
you're going to get murdered. So we're stuck doing it forever. Just like Social Security, just like Obamacare, just like all the other shit. Once you implement it, it's very hard to stop.
And see, this is where when we have conversations, this is why I disagree with you. You try to often make it sound like the Republicans or even particularly Trump is not doing something because it's going to become unpopular. Trump clearly does not give a shit about what's unpopular and what's popular. He don't give a shit if the whole country hates him because he's doing it. If he wants to do it, he'll do it.
Even if Trump doesn't give a shit, it's going to take both parties to do it. It's going to take the combined will of everybody.
We just threatened. That's ridiculous. We just threatened to end the whole civilization of Iran without both parties. One man was able to do that.
What civilization have we ended, Tim?
We threatened to do it, and everybody stood idly by and said, let's see if he actually does it. Nobody put any. Hold up. No, Trump threatened. He threatened to end their civilization on day one, and then later he said you're going to have the worst attack since World War II.
Again, you're making it about Trump. This has nothing to do with fucking Trump, Tim. It has nothing to do with Trump.
I asked you how do you get rid of the student loans? You're talking about how unpopular it is. That's the person that can do it.
It's impossible. It's gonna take either both parties working together or one party having like an extreme supermajority to undo the student loans.
And that's why I keep telling you, I'm bringing up Trump because Trump could do this shit by himself. I don't believe you need. Trump
is not a king. Despite what you're saying, despite what all those other idiots say, he's not a fascist. He's not a fucking king. He only does what's popular, even though you guys don't think it's popular. It's popular for certain people.
That's crazy.
And definitely.
If he's not a king, any idea why he's posting pictures of himself wearing crowns?
To fuck with you?
Okay then.
To piss you off?
All right then. So don't tell people it's wrong to call him a king if he's posting pictures. Apparently he likes being called a king.
Whatever. I think he likes to fuck with you guys because it distracts you from like real problems.
Then allow people to fuck with him back then.
Whatever. That's not the argument here. The argument is capitalism versus socialism, not Trump versus God knows what. Socialism, once you do a program, it's almost impossible to undo. We can't undo any of the Obamacare. We can't undo Social Security. We can't do any of it, and it's going to bankrupt the country.
And yet I'm bringing up Trump because he's done a lot of the shit you saying can't be done. He's undid all kinds of social programs. He undid all the USAID social programs to other countries. This guy's undid all kinds of shit you talking about can't be done by himself.
It's nothing compared to what needs to be done. Those barely got their fucking pinky in. And it was so politically unpopular that fucking Elon was fucking gone from everything.
If I'm correct, I think the big beautiful bill is going to remove a lot of healthcare subsidies as well, starting in January next year.
See, that's a misnomer. Like, what the bill is going to do is keep it where it's at. Because anytime, this is the weird thing about these fucking bills. If it doesn't give you more money for a thing, it's cutting it. So if it doesn't increase the money to Social Security, you're cutting Social Security. If it's not increasing the money for whatever, you're cutting it.
You don't agree with that?
I mean, you're not cutting it. You're just keeping it where it's at.
So let's say I allocate. Let's say you got a fleet of trucks, and I allocate a certain amount of money for you to put gas and maintain those trucks. In the next year, I keep it the exact same. Even though the cost of everything you need to do the same shit you did last year is went up. It is less money because that stuff is going to go up.
But I don't like calling it cutting it. It's just
it is though. That's like saying that we're not, that's like saying that if minimum wage stays the same, it ain't cutting it, even though the cost of everything is going up around it.
Tim, I gotta give you the other side. When it comes to the other side, capitalism, a company could always go out of business. If a company's not doing a good job, I don't care how big of a monopoly they are, they could always eventually go out of business if they keep fucking up. Walmart was their shit until fucking Amazon came and kicked their ass because capitalism made it where Amazon could come and kick their ass. And remember eBay? eBay was the shit. eBay was kicking everybody's ass. Now nobody uses eBay. So capitalism is constantly refreshing and updating, and new big dog takes over the old fucking, slow dog or whatever. Blockbuster goes away because it's obsolete. But when it's the government program, it never goes away. If Blockbuster was ran by the government, we would still have Blockbuster today. In a lot of ways, we do. It's called the fucking public library.
I don't know if I totally agree because you make it sound like capitalism only evolves through innovation. A lot of times it's just corruption too. There's a lot of corruption.
You didn't listen. I said it evolves through dying because the old businesses die and new ones take.
No, sometimes it evolves through killing. Sometimes it evolves through killing, not dying. Sometimes they kill viable businesses because they found a way to pay people like Uber. Uber got rid of the taxis, and the taxi business was not dying. They just came up with a way to pay people a whole lot less, charge the customers a whole lot more, and they created a whole different business.
No, but Uber, I never use fucking taxis. I use Uber all the time, and that's true for a lot of fucking people. So the fact that you're trying to claim, and then taxis have their places. If I'm at the airport and I'm trying to get out of there in a hurry, I fucking jump in a taxi. I don't wait for Uber. So taxis have their spot. Uber came in and took on a huge gap that taxis wasn't covering. But that's the beauty of it. If fucking taxis were run by the government,
Uber came in and covered a bunch of shit because they don't have any overhead. They're making the drivers pay for all of that stuff. And the driver of an Uber makes less than a taxi, and they got to cover all of the maintenance for their cars and gas and shit. They make significantly less than cab drivers used to make.
Look, if the benefits ever outweigh if the cost or the bad things outweigh the benefit, guess what? We could all stop using Uber tomorrow. But if Uber was a government program, we can't fucking stop it tomorrow. We'd have to fucking get someone elected and have them run on stopping Uber.
I don't know.
So if Uber was ran by the government, you would have to literally go through a whole election cycle, and that person has to actually win enough votes to get rid of Uber out of the fucking government budget. And it's crazy to try to get rid of any of this socialist stuff. Yeah. Where anything capitalist, we can get rid of any capitalist thing right away. Just like eBay went away, Blockbuster went away, Circuit City went away. Those are all capitalist things. When they stop being good, they went away.
Didn't care. What did you say? Yeah, I can hear you, but I may have to translate. I don't know if he can hear you, but go ahead and say, what's your question?
Yeah, I just wanted to ask him if people offer everything capitalism and socialism and everything is bad if the government runs it, what's going to happen when Elon Musk comes out with this cyber taxi where you don't have to have any drivers, and that means everybody that's doing Uber, that means everybody that's driving taxis are all replaced. What does he think about that? Because that's capitalism.
Wow. He's saying, go ahead.
You heard like that, actually. That's the one rare thing where I'm like, maybe if it ends up fucking up the economy, I say we need to step in and be like, hey, you need to have a person sitting in those cars. We can't have driverless cars because people are not eating. But honestly, though, that's like the one time you could have socialisms. If you have robots doing all the work, or if you have like in Star Trek where you have access to space and you can you can gather resources from anywhere in space, and you have unlimited resources because a fucking replicator makes your food, then you could have socialism. I mean, I think Elon, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to build these robots to do all the work so we can be socialist. But until we have unlimited resources, you can't really be socialist.
Didn't care what you say.
who just is concerned about the welfare of the country. Don't put him in that category where he's just trying to do an overall good for the American people. That's not what he's doing.
He's trying to be king of the world.
So far, everything he's done has been good. He first did PayPal, which helped us pay for shit online. Then he did Tesla, which let us without Tesla, there'd be no electric car fucking boom.
I don't believe that. You're telling me that without Elon Musk, we wouldn't have electric cars. Is that what you're saying?
There was no boom. Nobody. What did we have before Elon? We had Fisker. They had maybe like 2 cars, and only ultra rich people had them. Yeah. It wasn't viable. And then what did Elon do? He set up the charging stations that charge most most electric cars. I have a Tesla and I have a Rivian. Both of them get charged at a Tesla station. So not only did he make sure that it worked, and he bet his money, and it actually worked. And he actually set up the infrastructure.
Here's where you may be giving him credit for shit he doesn't deserve. I mean, if you got enough money, you can pay the government. You can lobby the politicians so that they pass legislation so that your product is the only one that's climbing the ranks. Elon Musk, for all we know, there may be a reason why Teslas are getting more play in the United States than other cars are. Perhaps he's going just like how we defend Israel compared to other countries. There's money behind it. So go ahead. Hold on.
No,
go ahead. What'd you say? What'd you say?
I have both cars.
Ask him if he understands why Elon Musk went from presumably being a Democrat to being a Republican or being MAGA. Does he understand what?
Yeah, because of the fascist left side. You guys were so authoritarian and fascist during COVID that you lost Elon Musk and a lot of other people. You locked down California, and his business was in California, and he couldn't do business.
All right. He wants to give you an explanation that sounds totally different than that. Go ahead, Denkel.
What's his
Elon Musk was never a Democrat.
I agree with that.
Goes according to whoever is going to give them the regulations to make money.
And that explanation, Denkel, my heart goes out to you. Keep going. He wasn't a Democrat.
Right. And the reason,
really?
And the problem that he had was that when they got down to brass tacks and they started talking about EVs and how America was going to be in control of the EV market, and Biden and all of the Democrats understood that Elon Musk was not for America. He had giga plants in China. He was trying to take over the whole EV world. But Biden wanted to allow the American corporations to have a piece of the pie. So he started those, started giving those companies the, what do they call it? The rebates, the $7,000 rebates to buy an EV. And they had a big consortium, and they invited everybody, the big three and everybody. They did not invite Elon Musk. And they gave
what are you talking about? I got like 3 Teslas with those rebates. What the fuck are you smoking? I got 3 Teslas. He doubled the rebates. He's like, if the government's gonna give me $4 grand, I'm gonna give you 8. When they gave him 6, he gave me 12.
Okay, let him finish. Let him finish. So, hold on. Go ahead, Dan. Let him finish, and then I'll let you respond, Mac. Go ahead, then.
Elon Musk's cars did not qualify for the rebates because they cost too much. That made Elon Musk force the cost down in order for him to be able to get the rebates, which you got at a discount because Joe Biden forced him to lower the cost of his cars to get those rebates. He got pissed off at Joe Biden for not allowing him to come to the big consortium, and that's when he went against Democrats. It had nothing to do with him being a Democrat before or whatever. He don't give a shit about being a Democrat.
So why did he move out of California? Why did he buy Twitter? Yeah, most people are allowed to speak freely on Twitter. I'm never on Twitter, so I don't know. As far as I know, no one gets really banned on Twitter.
Twitter is pretty fucking wild. I see a lot of porn on Twitter. Twitter is almost like fucking Pornhub now. Not Twitter, X.
Twitter always
X,
had porn.
yeah, X.
No, Twitter had porn. Twitter was one of the first like social media that actually allowed porn. I was like,
well,
I used to date a porn star.
Started allowing that, not Twitter. Twitter didn't allow that. When
Twitter always allowed porn, buddy. I don't know what Twitter you were on.
Trump to get back on there, and Trump didn't want to get back on there because he had his own True Social, but they all had the same goal: to move young people that were on X towards Trump.
Are you done? Are you done? Okay. The subsidies are gone. Fucking Elon still has the cheapest EVs out there. He's always had the cheapest EVs. His EVs are the only one that could drive themselves. I could get in my fucking Tesla right now, put in an address, press a button, and it drives the whole way there. Hell, if I put it on regular mode and not fucking super fast, I could even fall asleep while it drives.
He says you're wrong about the cheapest vehicles, though.
Elon has the cheapest fucking electrical cars. I go shopping for electric cars all the time. Hell, I tried. I'm on my third fucking Tesla because I can't find anything better. Rivian is the only company that comes close to competing, and they don't have the autopilot that the Tesla has.
He's got a car. But he's asking you about a car. Go ahead, Dinka. What car are you talking about?
Do you have a BYD?
BYD.
No one has a BYD in America.
Why not?
But guess what? Even with BYD, Tesla still competes in fucking China.
But he's asking a question, and I sound like he's asking you what I mentioned earlier about, maybe he's paying money to get the market swaying. He's saying, why don't they have BYDs in America?
I mean, listen, he competes in China. That means his cars are good enough to compete with
Why
BYD.
are they not here, though?
If we bring BYD here, no one would buy any fucking other car company, anything else but BYD and Tesla.
Which means they would be cheaper.
They would be cheaper, but guess what? All the American car companies, all these people making cars in Detroit would just be a fucking ghost town.
We didn't have a problem bringing. We've had Daihatsus and fucking Datsuns and Nissans. We brought foreign cars here constantly. Why are we stopping with it now?
Because these cars, there's no competing with them. You guys are lucky that Elon only makes like 2 cars. If Elon had like a full array of cars, there would be no competition.
Denkel is rightfully pointing out
F-150s, if he made fucking regular sedans, if he made like a full array of cars, if he put generators in them, there would be no competition. Everybody would be just driving Teslas.
So in other words, Teslas are not the cheap cars. We're blocking cheap cars from coming in. Denkel rightfully pointed out what he's talking. That's capitalism. You're going against capitalism to make more money for Tesla. There's clearly a better product out there and everything to be sold for cheaper.
Tim, are you not listening? Tesla competes in China. I'm talking about for
talking about here.
For fucking Toyota. I'm talking about for all the other brands. I'm talking about for Ford, for fucking Chevy. All those other brands would go out of business for bring BYD in. Tesla will compete. Tesla has a good enough product to compete with their Chinese shit.
The point he's making is we are deliberately preventing a better, cheaper vehicle from being in America. Because I see in the comments somebody else even said that the Chinese are killing Teslas over there. Why can't they be over here? Like I said, right now, when you ask the best cars in America amongst combustion engines, American cars are low down on the list. So we've done it before. Why are we doing it different with electric cars? There have been foreign cars coming in this country since at least the late 70s. I mentioned the Datsuns and Nihatsus and fucking Daihatsus and Nissans. All of that shit's here. Yeah, Subarus, all of that stuff is in this country. Why are we doing?
If you wanna kill the car market, I'm all for it. Fuck it, let's kill the car market. That's capitalism. Let's do it. Fuck Detroit.
And that's what he's saying. He's like, you're
Michigan. Fuck Detroit.
Yeah.
Let them learn what fucking
Fuck Detroit. I am countering your argument. You cannot make that argument with a straight face and tell me it's all about capitalism and socialism is bad, but then when we show you an example of what you're saying,
hold on, let him finish.
Well, you want to destroy everything. No, I don't. But you don't talk that shit because you don't want to destroy it either.
Yeah,
what do you mean? Like, I'm still not sure where I went wrong here.
What you went wrong is you're promoting
capitalism
socialism.
Isn't perfect. I just know socialism sucks.
What you're
socialism
doing
is ran by the fucking government.
What you're
and the
doing
government sucks
for
at doing everything.
what you're doing for Tesla by preventing other countries from competing, that's basically socialism. The government is stepping in and
How
giving.
many times do I have to say it? It's not for Tesla. It's not just for Tesla. I'm sure it helps Tesla a little bit, but it's really for everybody else.
Because those cars you could have Chinese cars just like right now in America. A lot of the Japanese cars, there are plants here in America that make those cars, so you're still getting American jobs. These Chinese cars, yeah, you can sell Chinese cars in America, but you got to make a certain percentage of them here. You can still have them creating jobs in America.
Okay, go for it. I mean, that's just more capitalism. I really don't care. If you want to do it, do it. I just think it's going to really disrupt the car market here. It's not. I don't think Tesla's going to get affected.
He's saying we understand that. That's why we're looking for something better. You're picking and choosing
just
when
because the only good company is Tesla, and you don't want to buy a Tesla.
Tesla's not good. If you gotta block other countries out, if you gotta block other companies out because you know they would sell more cars, you're admitting Tesla's actually bad.
Tim, Tesla lets everybody else use their chargers. You think if they want to block people, they'd be letting them use their chargers?
Why can't we just let consumers have a choice?
They do have a choice.
They don't. They can't buy the car.
You want to give them... Okay, fuck it. If you want to import Chinese cars, do it. But I'm telling you, it's going to fuck over all the American companies. And not Tesla. Tesla will be all right. I doubt Tesla even makes money on their cars. They probably make more money off the chargers.
Oh, my goodness.
I got to move it on, gentlemen. Dinkel, I get it, Dinkel.
I didn't even finish with Elon's resume. You forgot SpaceX. You forgot the boring company. He's fucking exploring space, which is another way we're going to keep going, because when we run out of supplies here, when we run out of resources here, we're going to have to mine them from space. And once we could start mining shit from space, we're going to have pretty much unlimited resources, and we could be as socialist as you want. He brought back space travel. We literally fucking our space travel has gone to shit, and then he brought it back to life. Oh, and I forgot about that one company that gives the whole world internet. What about what the fuck's his internet company called?
Here's the problem, though, that I'm talking about, MAGA, when I said that Elon might not be the best. He's not exactly Einstein or Ben Franklin. He is doing things behind the scenes to make it so that his products get a leg up and other competitors don't get fair play. So when we look at Elon and say, hold on, hang on. So we look at Elon and say he's great because he's in space travel and all these other aspects you're talking about. Yeah, because other people may be being blocked from competing with him. Like he brought up the electric car. I didn't even know that. There's a lot of people that probably don't even realize that who would have bought your argument that Tesla's just awesome. No, it's because they don't pass laws that his car is getting a leg up on better cars. And that might apply to his space travel and all the other shit he's doing. Is he got enough money to buy his way to the top, and he may not have the best product. That's socialism.
No, that's not socialism, Tim. That's like crony capitalism, but that's not socialism. Either way, when he started Tesla, there was no competition. There was no Chinese cars. The Chinese car thing is only the last year or two. Right. So the other 8-10 years of him, maybe 12 years of him being popular as Tesla being the shit, was all him.
Okay.
And then SpaceX, the only other competition is the guy from Amazon, and I don't even think he's really trying to compete, or the guy from Virgin Mobile or whatever. And he's not. I mean, there's competition, but they're not even trying. And then he's the only one that's providing internet for the whole world.
Okay.
What's the internet shit called that he has?
You talking about Starlink? Dinkel. All right, go ahead.
Yes.
Hold on. Let him respond. Let him respond. You're long-winded. Let him respond. Dinkel, what were you saying?
Name one other business.
Hold on. Let him respond.
I was trying to ask him, does he understand that Elon Musk hasn't invented anything? He has used his money that he got from his parents who were in apartheid, who ran ruby mines. He has used his money to come into America, and he bought into Tesla. He didn't invent anything. He wasn't sitting at the table inventing anything. He bought into Tesla. He made the board of directors system. And now he's doing business in communist countries and making money when y'all still think he's an American fucking hero. And he don't give a shit about nobody. And the reason why you got a discount on your motherfucking Tesla is because Joe Biden said no to Tesla.
What about it without the discount, first of all? Discount or not, there's no better electric car out there. Now, can I answer him?
You didn't let him finish.
Oh, I didn't hear. He's going to keep going for it? Okay, go ahead.
Because Joe Biden made him lower his prices for a Tesla. That's the only reason why you got a rebate.
All right, Dinker, I got to drop you. I'll let him respond to you. I got to move
he
it
was
on.
in business.
All right,
and he was the number one electrical company. I mean, there's a lot of people with a lot of money, including Trump. None of them have owned or been a part of so many world-changing fucking businesses. PayPal changed the world. Fucking Tesla changed the world. The Tesla chargers changed the world. The fucking the Starlink changed the world. Fucking Starlink is providing internet for people all over the world. What else? Fucking SpaceX is changing the world. I mean, I don't know a single other person that has so many fucking companies. I don't care if he invented everything or he didn't do shit. He invested his money and made these companies big. I don't remember Tesla before Elon. Maybe he wasn't there on the fucking day they put the fucking corporation together, but he was there through all the major parts. He guided that company from nothing, from the first car to the current car.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I have to push back on the simple point that if you got, like, what Elon Musk be worth $1 trillion at this point, he can make it so that even if you MAGA reacts was to invent a better electric car, but he could find ways to get legislators to prevent your car from coming to the market. So he looks like a superstar inventor because he could be shunning other people out of the business. I mean, I'm just simply saying he has enough money to do that.
China, though.
Huh?
It's only China. It's only China he's keeping out.
It's only China that we know about. I gotta move it on though. We know about China,
there's a lot of car companies. Like, there's a lot of electric car companies that would have nowhere to charge if it wasn't for Tesla's charging station. I charge my Rivian at the station. People charge their bikes, all kinds of fucking vehicles. He could be the only car. He could be doing that. Like, if he really wanted to be the only electric cars, he could be doing it.
Well, the simple if somebody else had Elon Musk money, all you got to do is go to a legislator and demand they pass a law, just like what you do with unleaded gas. They don't change the shape of the pump so it only fits in certain cars. If a person comes to this gas station to fill up, it must fit all vehicles. I mean, the fact that they let him create, an electric charger that only works for his cars, that should have been prevented in the beginning. If this gas station supplies electricity to cars, the pumps have to actually provide electricity to all cars. You can't just let one group have their cars on here like that.
But Tim, those pumps are all his. He literally built every one of those pumps. He's the one that built them. He's the one that created them. And now all the other companies are either giving out adapters to use his pump. I mean, Rivian has. I
still stand by my same statements. You may own it. I still stand by my statement is still the same. Just because you own a Shell gas station, don't mean you can only make your gas pumps pump into Toyotas. You got to be able to recharge any car that comes in here. That's a condition of owning a pump. If you want to sell electricity, you got to be able to sell it to any car that comes in the gas station. Simple as that. You can have this.
That's not true at all, Tim.
No, I'm saying no. I know it ain't true. I know it ain't true. What I'm saying. Hold on. I know it's not true. I know it's not true. What I'm saying is, if you got Elon Musk money, you can lobby to legislators to have them pass that as a law. You cannot make it so that people with electric cars cannot use this pump. That's what I'm saying. You change the law so that if you can still make the money by charging all these other car makers to you, but you have to make your pump, just a universal system so that any car that pulls up that's electric can use this. You can't just.
But Tim, his shit's not universal. His shit was made for a. Tesla.
Did you not hear what I just said? But I
don't get it. Like,
It's electricity. MAGA, it's fucking electricity. MAGA, it is fucking electricity. At the end of the day, it's all about volts and amps. He's just changing the plug. That's all he's doing is he's changing the type of the plug on there. It's just volts and amps.
Can someone go up to your house and plug in their fucking shit into your house?
Yeah.
You have to allow them, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter like what plug you have.
That's a different argument. We're not selling power from my house.
Those are his chargers.
We're not selling power from my house. Okay. I'm just simply saying. You don't get what I'm saying. I gotta move it on. I don't think you understand, but I do gotta move it on. We'll pick it up next time.
Okay.
All right. Appreciate it. Tap the screen, get the likes on. And I'm just simply saying you should not have it so that you can't go to an electric gas station or a gas station rather, and they got electric pumps there and you can't use it because it's only for one type of car. If you had other makers that had Elon Musk money, you just lobby to a politician that says you can sell this shit, but it has to be able to be used by all vehicles. And he just pointed out there are adapters. There's no reason why it couldn't have been there from day one. Anyway, looking in the comments, though, MAGA Reacts isn't the sharpest knife in the drawer. A universal plug says, Luke, that's what I'm talking about. The same way when you go to get unleaded, when you go to get diesel, any vehicle that takes diesel, the diesel pump is going to be adequate. Any vehicle that takes unleaded, the unleaded pump is going to be adequate. Any vehicle that takes E85, the E85 pump is going to be adequate. The same should apply for electric. That's it. That's all it is. At the end of the day, just like it's just fuel with different sorts of octane levels, it's just volts and amps at the end of the day. That's all it is. It's just volts and amps. The only difference is it would be like taking a gas pump and maybe fitting the nozzle to be a shape of a triangle. So that way it don't fit in some cars that has a circle. Or maybe it's the shape of an oval. So, I mean, just making it so it don't fit in certain cars. But the gas pumps are universal. They fit in all cars. The electric pump should be the same way. Simple into that. That's a simple answer to that. In the comments, unleaded USA still has leaded. I haven't seen leaded. But Elon is not making his own electricity. Right. You pay for the electricity. And then the pump, I mean, there's a whole lot of gas stations that ain't making their own gas either. They still have to make it universal. Plenty of these little small town gas stations purchase their gas from Shell or Amoco or Clark or whatever, Exxon, whatever refinery. They still, you can't say, I bought this gas, so I'm only going to make it fit Subarus. No, it's got to fit all the cars. That's the law. For gas, it should be the same for electricity. Those chargers are private business owned. Yes, so are the gas stations. You can purchase your own gas station. The law is not going to allow you to alter the pump so that only certain cars can get gas. You can buy a gas station, but the law is going to require your gas pumps work with all cars. Why can't the same apply to your electric pumps? That's all I'm saying. In the comments, Rich Boy doesn't know his order of history. He starts too late. His explanations. He's too young and rich to relate. Damn. And I see Handsome Conservative, you dropped out. Good evening. Have a good evening to you. Thank you for tuning in. The batteries on Teslas deplete as soon as you drive off with it. I don't know about that. I rented a Tesla before. I mean, you can get 300-400 miles of range out of some of those cars. I don't agree that they deplete like that. In the comment section, or better yet, going back to the box, we'll go straight to what did I say? Bad Chad. MAGA Reacts argues for both socialism and communism and also capitalism. He just doesn't connect any dots. He was absolutely doing it a minute ago. What does that say? Bad Chad? Good evening. Bad Chad, are you there? Bad Chad Hunter.
My bad, Tim.
You were not trying to come up?
Yeah, I'm here, Tim, but no, sir.
All right, I'll drop you. All right, moving on. I don't know why I'm getting requests from so many people that are not coming up. It's weird. I tow cars and the batteries are garbage, says old Greg. Well, as we were talking, when Dencal was even pointing out, if they're blocking out China, yeah, Dencal's right. Why can't the consumer make a choice? I'm all for American jobs, but I'm also for Americans being able to get access to better products. If America has a lesser quality product, I don't suggest you force them to buy a lesser quality product just to keep American jobs. By the way, all of that's socialism, by the way, if you're doing that. If the government is intervening and preventing American consumers from having access to the best products to make sure people stay employed, all of that's socialism. The government is giving them free shit, which is in the form of customers. Customers they normally wouldn't get because their product is not up to standards. So the government is giving those employees free shit. They're making it so they don't have to compete with better products. That's absolutely socialism. And which is why one of my viewers said MAGA Reacts is kind of arguing for socialism and capitalism simultaneously. Hybrid technology is the better option. I've never owned a electric or hybrid. So I haven't had either one. I know the batteries in the cars are super expensive. In fact, I mean, as things depreciate, the battery in your car can be worth more than the car. Because I got e-bikes. I mean, I'm surrounded by e-bikes and scooters and shit right now. I got a lot of electric vehicles. And I like one of my scooters I ride goes 40 miles an hour. You know, you see the scooters you can rent in urban areas. You stand up on the kids around them. I got one. It also has a seat on it. I can stand up or sit down. It does 40 miles an hour. The battery for that thing is almost as much as the scooter. Thank you for that, handsome conservative. Is that who sent that? Appreciate the support. I thought you were gone. Thank you. In the comments here, this bum double stroke. I got to be a bum. 48 to 50 mile per hour Honda Civic hybrid. Let me go back to the box. The Democrat Party is in a civil war within its own party. I don't think so, the dude. I don't think so. I think the Democrat Party would prefer moderate Democrats, but once they're forced to choose between, election deniers and MAGA candidates versus the socialists, they're going to go with the socialists. And the further right Trump continues to go, it makes the choice easier. You may have to grin and bear it, but if you're dealing with far right candidates, they're not going to. I don't think the Civil War is anywhere near as bad as you're saying. Thank you for that. YUEW, whatever that says. Trump or Mamdani? Ooh, well, Mamdani's not running against President Trump, but from what I've seen, I don't know how Mamdani would behave in regards to international affairs. I know Mamdani is not Israel no matter what. So, and Trump is. I mean, so it depends on where you're going. I'm going to go probably more with Mamdani myself because I do care about healthcare, daycare, wages, housing and all of that stuff. Trump ain't even talking about that shit. What is Trump doing about the fact that people are either inadequately insured or have no health care? He's not even talking about it anymore. Daycare, college tuition, housing. I mean, he's not even mentioning it. So if those are your core concerns, Mamdani's all over that. He's mentioning all of that shit. Maybe he has the wrong answer for it. We can say socialism won't work, whatever the case may be, but he is addressing it. The Trump administration is doing nothing in those areas. He's talking about ballrooms and pools and shit. He ain't even discussing that stuff. So absolutely, in a case like that, if those are your issues, I'm going to go more with Mamdani or somebody that's talking about it than somebody who is essentially saying nothing about it at all. Cam Beasy, MAGA loves capitalism. In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. So are tax subsidies not socialism? To some degree. I mean, if the government is giving you stuff, this is what folks are calling socialism. Canada and Mexico is going to start selling Chinese electric vehicles pretty soon, says Jermaine. Yeah. I think the Chinese are going to gain a huge foothold on the planet now that Trump's around, because Trump is making it so even a lot of our allies are willing to give get China a second look. America's losing its way on being able to determine who can do business with who, because we're treating everybody bad. I mean, so NATO member nations may stop giving America preferential treatment on a lot of issues because we're no longer giving them preferential treatment. If you're going to demand we step up and pay our defense budget and call us a piece of shit and say you don't need us and all, yeah, then any preferential treatment we were giving you, we're going to cut all that out too. So yeah, my guess is China's going to step in a lot of those areas. Trump hid in a food truck when leaving the Middle East. Is that true? I don't believe that, didn't Cal? Is that true? Hid Trump? President Trump hid in a food truck? Say it ain't so. Going back to the box, we'll go to one of my subs, Travelman. Good evening, Travelman. Did I bring him up or did I drop him? We'll see if he came up. No, he did not. Okay, so we'll go to Stick, Darula. Good evening, Stick. Welcome to the program. Dems hate America, says dude. Hang on a second, Stick. That Dems hate America shit, to me, what I hear is, I lean right, and if you don't think like me, you hate the country. Only people who think like us love America. I don't go along with that right-wing shit. Trump talking about whole cities are shitholes, and I mean, he's talking about presidents. He's talking about, certain groups of people in the country, but he loves America? Go figure. Stick, good evening.
Hey, what's going on, Tim?
Oh, man, I'm in the trenches today, man. We talking about socialism and capitalism. Do you have a problem with socialism, first of all?
No, I mean, it's a lot of socialist programs that we're currently using right now that are useful, that make sense. The police department, the fire department, ambulance services, Social Security. Like, we got a lot of things that we use in the sense of socialism that for some reason they keep on acting like, oh, it's bad. However, you using this shit and you're using it for good reasons.
Yeah.
I mean, you call the fire department to put the fucking fire out on your house. How do they get paid? Through taxes. It's a socialist program.
So
I don't know what the problem is.
Well, in my opinion, the problem is the Republican Party is more likely to defend the upper class than the lower class. And the only way you're going to get this stuff is to tax the upper class. And if you're in the upper class, you probably should not be voting Democrat. The right is a far better defender of your wealth. So that's where I think it's coming from. Is they tend to defend the upper class, and yeah, they don't want to pay for our social programs. I mean, they can afford plenty on their own. They don't want to be forced to pay for the lower class.
But at the same time, we got to pay our taxes, which goes right along with their money if they're paying taxes, and our money should go towards the things that they like, huh? Is that what you're saying?
If you're defending the wealthy, yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying.
No, I'm not defending the wealthy.
No, I'm saying
we're all taxpayers. Yeah. We're all taxpayers, and our money they vote on where money should be allocated to. I'm fine with that because apparently that's their job to delegate and make sure shit happens the way it needs to happen. However, if I'm a person and I'm on the low end of the scale of making money, earning money, then essentially because of the way things are, being that regardless of what we got going on, we have inflation. Every year is 2%. It's supposed to be between 2.5 and 2.8 or some shit like that percent, 3%. So at the end of the day, you telling me shit's gonna go up regardless, whether I get paid or whether I don't get paid, whether you want it to or whether you don't want it to. Inflation's gonna happen. So then you need to fucking pay me, and that's the problem. They want to keep on letting inflation go up and keep on draining our pockets. But then when it's time to go get the money and or work, they don't want to pay.
Yeah.
And that's the problem. That's the problem. That's the niche. That's the charge more, give less, and pay less.
Yeah. You sound like the co-head, the co-chair of the DSA. She said exactly that. That we've been seeing this constantly. They're giving us less, demanding more from us. Because I mentioned in here the whole topic of the live was if you're for capitalism, and one of the things I mentioned, if somebody is promoting socialism and they're saying they favor it because wages are not increasing, how do you respond to them? And you hit that right on the head. Yeah, the wages are not meeting with inflation. Year after year, you're essentially getting less and less because the wages are not keeping up. And I don't see, certainly with President Trump, I don't know, maybe some Republicans are talking about it, but Trump ain't saying nothing about increasing wages. Nothing at all. He ain't even talking about it.
No, he gonna tell you that everything's lower than it's ever been. It's better than when Biden left and Obama as well. Like, he's gonna go all the way back, and he's gonna try to manipulate numbers, which he has been, whether it be the job numbers, whether it be the just basically anything dealing with numbers. I can't trust it. I just can't. I'm sorry. At this point, he showed us his fragility. He showed us who he is, how he's willing to maneuver, and with his maneuverability and how he's maneuvering, he's showing me he can't be trusted.
Well,
that's his point blank period.
Speaking of his suggestion that anything dealing with numbers you can't trust, I played now. I don't know if you were on here, but did you? He said this today. I want you to hear this.
At 1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination that looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body, and bad things happen in medication. Too many.
Well,
stupid.
Well, but I ain't done with you yet, Stick. I want you to hear this one here. This is even greater.
Mr. President, you're a proud father. Would you have vaccinated your children differently based on the recommendations?
Well, I did. I took my children for 5 different vaccinations. In other words, I broke it up. The one visit where they just pump, what seemingly looks like gallons, where they pump so much in. I took all of my children from day one.
I feel like he went and watched a porn film and even exaggerated on that they had gallons of semen or some shit. I don't know what the fuck he's thinking about.
Yeah, I would hate to hear him describe his first cream pie. Bitch was drowning in cum.
Like, what the hell are we talking about? Gallons of vaccine? I want to put gallons of vaccine in kids. Man, yo. Like, what the fuck? And then these people we gotta talk to. You got Mac Reacts trying to make an excuse for everything, see it his way and Trump's way, and he was trying to say this, and it's just like, just get that shit up, bro. Like, you Mac Reacts could be looked upon as being a decent, intelligent human being if he would just shut the fuck up.
Yeah.
If he would just not talk about shit that he don't know about, he would probably be okay.
Because this right here, when you say, not talking about shit you don't know about, this right here is laughable. I mean, even if you are on the furthest of the right, you know this ain't true. I mean, gallons?
Right. Gallons. You got some little swole little baby around here with gallons of vaccines in him. And he's going to be okay. He's never going to get sick because they pump him full of gallons of vaccine.
I mean,
it just happened to be Eric Trump. It just happened to be Donald Trump Jr. It just happened to be all his kids got gallons in their bodies right now.
I mean, I have given plasma before, and they do take a lot of plasma, but gallons, like, what the fuck? A baby don't even have gallons of fluid in it. I mean, that's crazy.
Right.
Yeah,
and I think what the body has 9 quarts or something like that or 8 quarts of
blood
in your
yeah,
body.
I mean that's insane.
So I don't even know if that's a gallon. My whole thing of it is you got gallons of vaccines, and all of us that are Gen X kids, we got gallons of vaccines in us. That's what they do. That's why we're the toughest.
In the comments, Stevie D said the shit y'all focus on is remedial. Have you seen Fox News play Biden stuttering or falling down? But we can't focus on the dudes saying they putting gallons of vaccine. So it's wrong. You guys focused on Obama wearing a tan suit. But this is go ahead.
Tim, he said it's remedial. However, the person saying it is what he's talking about. He's remedial.
Yeah.
Your president, the one that you like, MAGA, is remedial. You said it yourself. The shit that we're worried about is remedial. Oh, okay, so you got a remedial ass president. You picked a remedial ass goddamn candidate. Y'all remedial ass motherfuckers.
Yeah, I don't get, like I said.
That's exactly why he can get down with y'all, because y'all all remedial.
I think when it comes to Trump, because he does so many things that are controversial, you know, they tend to say, you know, you shouldn't just be focusing on this, or why are you wasting time talking about the ballroom, or why are you, because he's doing controversial shit over and over and over. Whereas, like I mentioned with Fox News, focusing on Obama because he had a tan suit on, or he didn't wear a flag lapel, or they were on stage debating and they didn't have a flag in the background. But we're talking about this guy talking about gallons of vaccine. Well, that's remedial. But the stuff they were focusing on with the Democrats was little lame shit. Obama appeared on TV without a flag lapel pin. Wow. And that's not remedial.
Right.
I mean, it's crazy.
Listen, it's always something. Let me point the finger. Let me, just like the guy that you played the tape earlier with him just basically saying all black folks this and all black folks that. But however, he's black, but he's not apparently doing any of that shit. So I'm trying to figure out, why is he saying all black folks?
No, this guy's white. I think this guy's white.
I thought I seen.
No, he's white. I think.
Okay, he's white. Yeah.
Yeah, he even says I'm white.
He's got a beard.
Yeah, he's got a beard.
He just got a beard.
Yeah.
Okay. But again, even if he wasn't white, or whether he was black or whatever, this whole notion that all of these people are the same just because they got the same skin color, and just because, you know, it is wild to me. It's wild work to me.
It's stereotyping. It's like we talk about black on black crime. You never hear anybody mention white on white crime or Asian on Asian crime, even though it happens as well. I mean, and some of it is demonization and stereotyping, or even if you want to say racism, some of it is involved in that, because there is every race on race has their own. There's Hispanic on Hispanic crime. I mean, it's in every race. I don't know. Only black on black crime gets this title when it's happening on all races. So, you know, go figure.
Yeah, well, it ain't no go figure. It's the plan. It's always to point the finger, make the other race look horribly bad, and then while we sit back and point the finger at everybody else and say, see, the other reason why you can't get ahead, they're taking your jobs, your black jobs, your whatever job. Like they point the finger, and at the whole time they're the agitator. They're the motherfuckers that actually needs the discipline. They're the motherfuckers that actually need to shut the fuck up. It's always them. Ain't nothing changed.
Well,
nothing changed. Shit changed.
This is the world we live in. Think I gotta move it on, but this is the world we live in, man. Appreciate it.
I'm gonna say. I just want to say this, Tim. We got motherfucking civil rights because these folks were so off the goddamn chain. They had to come up with laws and rules and regulations why they couldn't strange fruit a motherfucker. These are the people that we dealing with. These are the people your beloved MAGA. Enjoy.
All right. Appreciate it. Always a pleasure. Real quick in the comments, over and over again, some of you folks are talking about socialism and things like that. I'm going to echo the sentiment of a lot of viewers. I don't believe socialism would be getting as much play in the country if the capitalists weren't telling people to fuck off. You want to quiet the cry for socialism? it's got to be the same way it is when, and I'm talking about my beloved MAGA, as Stick just said. This is to my beloved MAGA. You always hear them say the Democrats don't stand for shit. It's just orange man bad. You're doing the same with socialism. Capitalism, you're not promoting anything in regards to capitalism that answers the cries of the American people. You're just socialism bad. Okay, then let's talk. And that's what the whole program is about today. How do you talk to somebody talking about socialism when they're crying out that under capitalism they can't afford a home, they can't afford to send their kids to college, they don't have daycare? Do you just respond to them with socialism bad? That doesn't do anything for that person. That's just like the whole orange man bad argument. The Democrats ain't running on them. It's just anti-Trump. The folks who are promoting capitalism is offering nothing. It's just socialism bad. I'm going to tell you, if you keep running with that mindset, let's say you get lucky and you win in November, you're going to be dealing with this every national election going forward, and it will continue to snowball. The amount of folks that favor, because think about it, you guys are calling them communists now. Because socialism isn't a bad word anymore. It is not a bad word anymore. The term socialism is not running people away like it would have 10, 15, 20 years ago. So now you got to call them communists. You're coming up with new words because you understand that the capitalism side is not offering people anything. I'm not saying that socialism is better than capitalism. I'm saying that if people are crying out for help and you're telling them essentially fuck off, they're going to go elsewhere. And when people are crying out about housing and healthcare and all this stuff, and we got a president in office that's not even, you get Trump in an interview, he's either talking about the pet projects he's doing around DC, about how safe DC is and how beautiful the reflective pool is and the ballroom is, or how Biden stole the 2020 election. He's not even addressing what the people are concerned with. He's not even talking about it. In regards to what they're crying out about, I don't worry about it. It's the best economy it's ever been. Nobody's buying that. Nobody's buying that. So you want to get people to stop talking about socialism. Sit down and have a conversation with them. Quit telling them bullshit that they know is not true. I don't think there's anyone except the truly downright devoted Trump supporters that believe the current economy is the best we've ever had in this country. Yet that is exactly what he is claiming. He is saying things about the economy that the average American knows damn well is just false.
This month, inflation dropped at the fastest rate it's dropped in many years, and more Americans are working today. So the biggest thing for this whole thing, more Americans are working in the United States right now than at any point in the history of our country. Think of it. Think of it. You don't hear that. I saw polls today on television saying Donald Trump polls on the economy aren't good. The economy is the greatest economy we've ever had by far. The economy aren't good. They're fake polls, just like fake writers. But think of it. And his stance on immigration.
The best economy we've ever had by far. That's an actual quote you just heard him say. This was August 5th, so he said this a few days ago. Best economy we've ever had. Who believes it? Yes or no? Just real quick in the comments. You can do this if you want to troll, I suppose, as well, and make yourself look like a fucking idiot. But if you believe what he type yes in the comments, if you believe this is the best economy we've ever had. I'm curious to see anybody type no if you disagree, but if you agree with Trump, type yes in the comments. I'm curious to see who believes that this is the best economy we've ever had. I do have MAGA watching. I got some of my beloved MAGA in the comments. You know I don't black man or censor. This is your time to tell the fucking truth. This is your time to hold down and represent President Trump. Who believes that? I haven't gotten, and I know y'all back watching. I haven't seen one person type yes, and I'm giving you the ability to troll. Go ahead and troll and support the guy. Is there anybody that believes that? Yeah, MAGA reacts. He says yes and no, huh? All right, so partially, MAGA reacts, you would you? Okay, no one else. Even on YouTube, where I got a lot of, and I see CBOG Kush says, fuck no. He even added an expletive to it. Yeah, nobody believes that. Well, here goes Gen X, who is a known trollster, says, yes, economy is great for me, and I'm doing great. Okay, for you. The economy is not for one citizen, though, Gen X. Do you believe this economy for the average American is the best it's ever been? He didn't even say it's decent. He said it's the best ever. I mean, like, God damn. Really? Jesus Christ. Like I said, no one said yes to that. Biden fucked up the price of goods and houses, biggest hikes ever in one presidential term. Okay, so we're going to bring up that Biden fucked it up, and Trump's going to respond by not even talking about it? I mean, how does that make Trump look any better? I mean, wasn't Biden supposedly the worst president we've ever had? I keep bringing this up. If you guys believe Biden was the worst we've ever had, or Obama, take your pick. If you believe one of them was the worst president we've ever had, you're not getting any accolades by comparing Trump to them. You should be comparing Trump to Reagan. He's saying he's doing a fantastic job. We've had 40 some odd. Why are you comparing him to the guy you think is the worst we've ever had? That means you're kind of admitting he ain't doing very well. If that's the only person, you're not comparing him to Bush, you're not comparing him to Reagan, you're not comparing him to Bill Clinton, you're comparing him to people you say are the worst. You don't get bragging points for that. Looking in the comments here.
In 30 days.
It's like the pitcher said, I can throw a ball faster than a shortstop. Okay, that's kind of your job, is it not? In the comments, Bush and Biden was bad. I don't know. Trump's economy, my guess is Trump's economy is probably not going to get any higher marks than Bush or Biden. And in Trump's case, it might not just be because of the numbers. You came along not only heavily criticizing your predecessor more than anybody's ever criticized a predecessor. You came along bragging and making huge, huge promises. So even if Trump's economy is no worse, let's say, than Bush's or Biden's or Obama's, he's going to get more criticism because he did a lot of bragging. He set the bar way up here. So you can't be down with everybody else. When you say you're going to reduce groceries on day one, you're going to cut energy prices in half within 12 months, and you don't deliver, you don't get compared to Biden or Obama, who didn't make these astronomically, enticing promises. I mean, it just looks like you came to office and just said everything you needed to say to get elected and lied about a lot of stuff. But listen, I know a lot of MAGA are still going to give him credit for the economy or something else, but he did say some pretty radical shit, which is why I say all the time that I understand why people voted for him. He promised things that just nobody else has promised before. So listen, and he promised to do it incredibly fast. I do want to play this clip before I take the next caller. This is kind of what I'm suggesting. This is a clip of Trump still campaigning in Scranton, Pennsylvania.
We'll make Pennsylvania an energy supplier to the entire world, and I will cut your energy prices in half, 50%, 50, within 12 months of taking office. Your prices will be cut in half. We will make
within 12 months, which is already passed, obviously. So he was suggesting that if you vote him in by January of 2026, he was going to cut your energy prices in half. He didn't even reduce them. I mean, he didn't even bring them down. So, I mean, because of the war, we can talk about that, but you know, it depends on how you feel about the war. I suggest the war was optional and unnecessary. So he didn't even he didn't even bring them down, much less cut them in half. They went up. And that's just one of the things he said that has been a dismal. He also talked about cutting rent in half. I think there's a quote of him saying that. Obviously, rent has not been, and you don't even talk about this stuff no more now that he's in office. You don't even talk about housing and rent and stuff like that anymore. So it is what it is. In the comments, I personally don't give a fuck about the promises. I voted for him because he wasn't a word salad bimbo who couldn't formulate a coherent thought without a teleprompter. So you're saying that Kamala Harris was a word salad bimbo and couldn't do shit without a teleprompter. So you voted for Trump, the guy who said this.
1 year, you should have 5 separate visits for vaccines rather than getting them all in the same day. And I saw this early on, and I've seen proof of it, where they have a vaccination thing, looks like the size of a bottle of soda poured into a little child's body.
If you voted for Kamala Harris because you didn't want word salad, you didn't get what you wanted. Because I would submit to you that what you just heard, that's word salad. That is fucking word salad.
Father, would you have vaccinated your children differently based on the recommendations?
Well, I did. I took my children for 5 different vaccinations. In other words, I broke it up. The one visit where they just pump, what seemingly looks like gallons, where they pump so much in.
He's seeing children getting gallons of vaccine. I mean, that's word salad. You didn't do shit by not electing Kamala Harris. You stuck with word salad. I don't think Kamala Harris would ever say anything ridiculous like that. Not to mention they're begging for a ceasefire. You know, the Strait of Hormuz is open back and forth. I just think that you see word salad coming from your adversary like Kamala Harris or Biden. When it comes from Trump, you ignore it. That's all. You just ignore it when it comes from Trump, because what you just heard, everyone knows is false. And that's in addition to the clip I just played of him suggesting that the economy is the best ever. He's giving you word salad over and over and over again. You just are okay with it. So in the comments, and you voted for a guy who's a convicted, somebody said you voted for a guy convicted of 34 felonies, Epstein buddy, traitor to the Constitution and corrupt as hell, says political engineer. Yeah, you absolutely did not escape word salad voting for Trump. No word salad, maybe he saw some Joe Dirt. He ain't seen a fucking kid get a gallon of vaccine put in him. He ain't seen no shit like that. The fact that you would even try to defend something as metrically impossible as that, can somebody explain to me what actually is the definition of Trump derangement syndrome? Can you be a Trump supporter and have it? Is it only for people that dislike him? Because this guy's trying to make it sound like somebody put a gallon of... Okay, all right. Looking at the comments, it's not word salad. It's called exaggeration. Be so fucking for real. That ain't called exaggerating. That's like me telling you I got a 12-foot cock. At some point, it just becomes a fucking lie. That's not exaggerating. At some point, it just becomes a fucking lie. Where you know it's insane to suggest somebody that's an exaggeration. It's a fucking lie. But like I said, is it possible to have Trump derangement syndrome while supporting Trump? Because if you can look at statements like that and downgrade it all the way to an exaggeration, well, then maybe Kamala Harris lost her train of thought and she wasn't babbling. If you want to downgrade something, that's insane that you would say something like that. America was going to attack Iran, Trump, or Kamala. They have been planning this since 2009 with the Paths to Persia policy paper. Trump being an idiot is a symptom of the system being fucked. I don't agree with that. I don't believe Kamala Harris is going to attack Iran. And I'll tell you why. I'll tell you, I'm going to say I don't think Kamala Harris was going to attack Iran for the reason my beloved MAGA often says. You hold Kamala Harris accountable for being on The View and saying, when they asked her, what would you do differently than Biden? And she said nothing. You guys held her accountable for doing that. Biden didn't attack Iran. And there was no sign he ever was going to do it. So if you believe what you're saying, that we didn't vote for Kamala because she wasn't going to do nothing different from Biden, then you believe she was not going to attack Iran. And I believe she wasn't going to do it either. I don't believe Kamala Harris had any, I don't think she would have even broken the JCPOA. She absolutely was not going to attack Iran. So I don't believe that. TDS is Trump delusional syndrome. They believe it all the bullshit. All right, fair enough. Make every excuse possible to deflect from the fact he is a liar and a complete failure, says Carpe Diem. I don't know if but if you judge him based on what he promised, he is absolutely failing on the overwhelming majority of that. He's a resounding success on immigration policies and going after the transgender community. He is very successful at those two things. Outside of that, most of his other promises, he is not succeeding at that. But for a lot of my MAGA viewers, that's enough. I've seen plenty of folks say what he did on the border and with immigration is a really good start. I'm willing to hold out on all the other stuff. This is so important to me. I'm okay with that for now. In the comments, Iran would have attacked us under Harris. And I don't believe that either behind the seal. Look, Trump is the only one, him and Netanyahu, that I've heard of. They're the only two people that indicated that Iran was on the cusp of attacking us. I don't think any NATO member nation agrees with that. And they have intelligence abilities. There's no NATO member nation agreeing with that. And I don't believe, well, we know half the country don't agree with it. The Democrats don't agree with it. And Trump's own head of intelligence, Tulsi Gabbard, didn't agree with it. I don't believe Iran was going to develop a nuke and use the first nuke they had on us. I just don't believe it. And I haven't seen any evidence to the contrary. Hillary was right about everything. Hillary Clinton, so what are you saying? I got to throw away my Trump was right hat? Here's the Trump was right about it. I got to throw it. I don't think they'd make a Hillary Clinton was right about everything hat. I had to look that up. Democrats, socialists are part of the blue Jerry. I suggest getting rid of both parties. They're both in on it. All right. Democrat, socialist is the only answer. Red or blue are the same. Keep the poor people uneducated. Keep them poor. There is some validity to that part. In the comments, yes, Tim, it is because you said something bad about him. They get pretty deranged. True. That does happen. What has he accomplished to benefit the people? Tammy, I stated that Trump has accomplished things to benefit people. It just depends on what class of people you're referring to. A lot of folks are happy with his pro-life stance. Thanks to President Trump, his Supreme Court picks, a chunk of the country is now permanently pro-life. So a lot of babies are getting saved if you ask them. A lot of folks favor what he's done with the illegal immigrants or the legal immigrants too. Trump is not just kicking out illegals. Legal immigrants are getting kicked out too. I'll just say for Trump, I'll sum it up by saying he is anti-immigrant. He's taking an anti-immigrant stance, and for a lot of MAGA, that's what they want. So he is doing things for the people. It just may not be you. Certainly, the wealthy is doing very well under President Trump. So he is doing some things for the country. The most corrupt regime in the U.S. has ever had, including all his cabinet. I don't know if all this cabinet is involved in it, Brian Fox, but yes, I do believe history will say something similar to what you're talking about. The excuses are endless. Instead of YMCA, which is a song for the LGBTQ community, MAGA's theme song should be, I can't live without you. He is their entire identity. Fact. He is their entire identity for now. The real immigrants are the billionaires that are destroying America. Well, they believe those immigrants, though, are paying their way. They believe the other immigrants are living off the system. Travelman, good evening. Welcome to the program. Travelman, good evening.
Tim.
Yes.
Where you find these damn people at, man?
I find them. They are voters, Travelman. These are legal voters just like you and I. They just lean right.
Half of them don't know the difference between socialism and communism. Okay, and then the second part is the Democratic Socialists of America. Why do everybody seem to think that they've taken over the Democratic Party? I guess they're having flashbacks to how MAGA took over the Republican Party. But the DSA has only won about 30 primaries out of 165.
Yeah, but it's going to grow. This is what and thank you for that. Thank you for that alter ego. Appreciate that. Here's what I'm saying though, in regards to the socialists. The Republicans have been using the term socialism to scare a lot of candidates from reaching office. Mamdani is one of the first to actually get through. So now we do have an actual litmus test in the nation's largest city. The point I've been making constantly is now that he's in there, you got about 2 years. If New York is not looking the way the right has said it's going to look, socialism is going to start becoming real cool and real acceptable because they painted a picture of Mad Max looking, type shit in New York. Everybody's going to leave and it's going to be dilapidated. If that don't happen, you're not going to be able to convince people anymore to run away from socialism.
Yeah, you're right. Socialism doesn't carry the same weight as it did with past generations.
Yep. Agreed.
And part of it also is that they're kind of getting socialism. They're calling it socialism.
They're calling it communism now.
Pardon me?
They're calling it communism now.
Well, that's because they follow their dear leader.
Yeah. True.
Right?
Well, shit, Trump is calling the Democrats communist, socialist, Marxist, fascist. You can't even be all of those things. He's calling them all of that shit.
Yeah, and once the dear leader says it,
they repeat it.
Then they follow it.
Yeah.
So it's not really socialism as it is more of government having a bigger role. It's not government taking over, right? If it was socialist, wouldn't the government take over?
Well, there are some areas like Mamdani. He is talking about government taking over some entities, not to the level they're talking about, but owning government stores and I mean he is saying some of that stuff. And then of course the head of the co-chair of the DSA.
Oh man, don't bring that crazy motherfucker up. I'm sorry.
She's the she is the co-chair of the DSA organization. You gotta bring her up.
She cut commercials for the Republican committee because everything she said was utterly stupid. She does not know anything about politics because you do not go on Fox News or any news organization for that matter and say the crazy shit that she was saying.
Yeah.
And that is exactly why you see the guy that's actually running for.
Yeah, what she did would be the equivalent of somebody on the right going on MSNBC and actually talking about Project 2025. That's really what she did. I mean, I'll give the right credit. Even though it's pretty clear now that they wanted to implement Project 2025, they were smart enough to deny it throughout the whole campaign. To come out and admit you want to get rid of the Pentagon and all this crazy shit.
I mean, it's crazy, and nobody believes it, but they can take that and they're going to use, that's all you're going to hear the rest of it. One thing about the Republicans now, they're very good at taking what the Democrats say and stay on point. Because they got everybody thinking that the whole Democratic Party is being ran by the DSA. And it's just not true.
No.
Okay? Now, it will, if everything go good for Mondami and some of the other ones that you have in there, you probably will see an increase. Will they completely take over the Democratic Party? I doubt it very seriously. You still got the moderates.
I don't know about that.
Some of the poor level.
I gotta disagree with you. I gotta disagree. If Mamdani gets in there and does a decent job, and you see all these young folks, just like what Bernie said, all these young folks energized and they like him, and he's hanging out and doing real people like shit, seeming real normal. The Chuck Schumers and Hakeem, they over with, dude. They gone. I mean, to have a real.
They need to be.
Well, I'm just telling you.
Gone. They need younger people in. They really do. But that's it's the same as Trump buying into companies. buying into NVIDIA, buying into Nippon Steel, and then trying to tell them who to hire and who to fire. You know, he's meddling. The government is meddling into private industry already. When the shithead down in Florida, DeSantis, when he went after Carnival, when he went after Disney, okay, that's government interference. That's what they were doing, you know? Yeah. And now you got this penis head up here trying to change the vaccine schedule, and then saying, Trump just, you know what? When sometimes Trump say stuff and you look at it and say, you know what, you just can't fake stupid. You can't do it. The shit that he says, and then within minutes or hours, the rest of the Republican Party is turning around chanting the same shit. This dude, once again, like I said before, he's done so much damage to the country. First, you're talking about shooting down blue light in people's asses or whatever. Now you're talking about gallons of vaccine during COVID. Now you're talking about kids running around here. They got a gallon of vaccine. They blow it up like the Michelin Man. You know, I mean, the stupid shit that he says. And then you have these people get up here and they talk about what Kamala Harris said, word salad. And you got this clown get up and say stupid shit like this, and everybody just kind of play it off. Remember back during the election, during the primary, during the season before the election, and the lady asked Trump about daycare, and he went into this long convoluted.
Yeah, and didn't answer her question either.
And didn't answer a question at all. But then people turn around and say, you know, Kamala Harris is word salad. Come on, man. Yeah. And no, she wouldn't have invaded Iran.
No, I don't think. I don't think.
Dumb enough to do that shit except Trump.
Yeah, I think Kamala Harris, if the intelligence agencies like Tulsi Gabbard said they're not developing a bomb, she would have went with that. Trump clearly, and to me, just like Dr. Fauci, with people dying and they want him to testify. Trump should have to testify. If Tulsi Gabbard said they're not developing a bomb and you're on TV saying she don't know what she's talking about, where are you getting that information from? He should have to tell where he got, like, where are you, even if it's a private session with just Congress, you should have this. We went to war over this. So
yeah, we did.
Yeah, wherever you got your information from, where did first of all, where did you get it from? And second of all, why did our intelligence agency fail? And why didn't you fire Tulsi Gabbard then? So all of that should be answered.
That's what happened when you fire your top generals and your top admirals and the people that actually know what the hell going on, and then you end up getting stupid shit like this because you got another your chairman of the Joint Chief had never been in a position like that before, because I think he was a 3-star, maybe a 2. I don't know. I don't recall, but he wasn't running stuff like C.Q. Brown and the other admirals and stuff that was up there. So when you get those people out there who they have been war gaming Iran since 1979, that's not just like they've been war gaming against the U.S. since 1979. But we weren't going to go in there.
No, I don't think. I think Trump, after seeing how much of a pushover Venezuela was, thought I wouldn't surprise me if Netanyahu convinced him as well, but I think he thought our military might, you get this superior attitude, and that's something that certainly, the Democrats think this way too, but MAGA really had this mindset of, we're so powerful, nobody can fuck with us, we don't need NATO, we can take on anybody, and this whole mindset of we can go anywhere and just take over any country we want. And that's what I think. Yeah. That's what happened, is that he got too big-headed and didn't realize Iran actually does have some options. It ain't gonna be as easy as you think.
No, it's not. The Strait of Hormuz is still closed, and the top.
He just said today it's open again.
Again he lies. He constantly lies, and not to mention. Everybody's concentrating on the munitions and everything and how the stock of those that went down, but he broke the freaking Navy. He broke the Navy, Tim.
In what way? Before you answer, I want to know what you mean by broke the Navy, but before you answer that is embarrassing. And it's also, I suppose, kind of exposing a weakness of ours. Not that, the world, because the world knows we're getting low on weapons. That's an open air secret. That's embarrassing. Yeah. You've actually showed a weakness of ours.
Yeah. Nobody believes, the world doesn't believe anything he says.
What do you mean by broke the Navy, though?
Not so much.
What do you mean by broke the Navy?
He broke the Navy, Tim. You have the who's out there right now? The Lincoln, I think it is. The Lincoln. You got ships out there that have broke multiple consecutive days at sea. I'm talking 200 in excess of 200 days. at sea consecutive. That means they haven't pulled in at all. Then they're on 8-9 months deployments. Okay, now the reason I think, and I could be wrong, the reason that they're having problems when they talk about the food and all of that is because the freaking logistical hubs in the Middle East have all been bombed by damn Iran.
So what do you mean they can't refuel the ships properly?
So the supply ships, the logistics, the logistics for the Fifth Fleet is ran out of Bahrain. Where is the Fifth Fleet headquarters at now? It's bombed. You have a logistical hub in Fujairah. You got about 3 or 4 other logistical hubs around there, maybe in Oman and a couple other places. They've all been bombed. So it makes it harder for the ships, the supply ships, to refuel. When I say refuel, I mean go get JP5 for the jet fuels, because the carriers don't need fuel; they need JP5. So it's harder for them to do that. Plus, also to get the perishables that they need to bring on board. It makes it harder to get the stuff that they need because the logistical hubs have been freaking bombed. Wow. And if they got to go to Fujairah, I mean they got to go all the way up into the Red Sea.
Hey, aren't they fucking with straits over there? Aren't they fucking with straits over there too?
Yeah, yeah, they are. So now every carrier has a rotational schedule. We have 11 carriers. We used to have 13. We used to have 15, but now we think we're down to 11. So and they on a rotational schedule. So the Ford is already out of rotation for a minute because of what they went through. Now you got the Lincoln that's going on to a 9 or 10 month deployment, and over 200 days at sea consecutive. They've broken their own record. So and then you throw that on top of the fact that when you at sea, Tim, you work 12 hours a day. 7 days a week. Ain't no freaking holidays and all that shit. You work every
for 200 continuous days.
200.
Now, the Trump administration is suggesting that enlistment in the military is up. Do you believe that? You believe that's true?
It might be, but I can tell you probably not up in the Navy. And I can tell you something else that's probably up. The divorce rate is probably up in the Navy. And having served on board the Nimitz and served on board aircraft carriers, that was a big problem once before. I've never done 200 days at sea consecutive, but I have done 60 consecutive days, which is 2 months at sea. And that was long as hell. So I could imagine 200 days. And under constant doing flight ops every single day, and probably flight ops around the clock. So they're flying constantly. Not only that, now think of this. Those carriers have what they call non-skid on the flight deck. That's the covering on the flight deck. Okay. If you're running ops like that all the time, think of the wear and tear. Every time the carrier comes back off a 6-month cruise, they go into the yard and they repair the non-skid. Some of them replace all the non-skid on the flight deck, period. So if they've been out there flying all that time, that's all that wear and tear on the non-skid on the flight deck, which also makes it a little bit more hazardous. So he broke the Navy. That's my personal opinion. I did 17 years in there, and I rode on 3 aircraft carriers. Okay? And to me, they fucking up the carrier fleet.
Have you heard about this? Because I see in the comments, one of my viewers on TikTok, Tammy, is saying our sailors don't have proper food or hygiene. Have you heard about mold? I heard they said mold on the walls. Go ahead.
Well, that's what I'm talking about. The logistical hubs that they have logistical hubs. All the carrier strike groups travel with supply ships. Okay. And they do what we call the underway replenishment. It's an awesome sight to see. Very interesting. And they do that, and they replenish the carrier, they replenish the cruisers or destroyers or whatever, and then they peel off and they go to wherever the next place they got to go to replenish to restock and everything, so they can come back out and do it again. And that's what they do during the entire deployment. But if the Fifth Fleet headquarters in Bahrain has been damaged and they move them somewhere else, and you have logistical hubs and the military bases in the other Gulf countries have been damaged, then it makes them harder to go back and resupply the ships, which makes it hard to get the other things out there. Now, when you get out there, which he's talking about, when you're talking about the conditions on the ship, it is a particular department on the ship that handles everything as far as living conditions, HVAC, plumbing. They call the plumbing, they call them turd hurdlers because they go out there and they blow the, when the lines get backed up and stuff like that. They got all of that stuff. As electricians. They call interior communication guys. They take care of the telephones, CCTV, all that stuff is taken care of on the ship. And if they have a problem getting the supplies that they need to do the necessary cleaning, then that's what you get.
So obviously the true state of this, or the true chaos, I mean, I'm assuming the Trump administration is probably putting a lid on all of this stuff coming to the surface. I mean, we're hearing about some of it, but chances are it's probably worse.
Well, see, you can't. When I was at sea, we didn't have Hotmail and email and all that stuff. We ain't have cell phones. You okay? The stuff that's going on right now, that would have happened when I was on sea duty. Nobody would ever known about it until we got back.
Wow.
So unless it was written in the letters or something, but now it's coming out all the time, and people, you see what happened to the SecNav. The SecNav went to a meeting, and the Navy families tore his ass up.
Yeah.
Because what's going on? So you take this is just some of the damage that this dude is doing, man. I mean, just take a look at it. You talking about EVs? China, you can't bring EVs into the country because they would decimate the automobile market. And he pretty much pulling us out of all the renewable energies and stuff. He paid $4 billion for companies to buy back their license that they had to do the wind farms and stuff. They brought that back. Meanwhile, China is fully moving ahead. I mean, this dude is jacking the country up so bad, man. It's gonna take us a long time to get over it. Long time.
Depressing news. This is our president. It sounds bad, and I always say thank you for your service, but it sounds, and I have no other reason other than to believe what you're saying.
And then you got this knucklehead talking about socialism, wanting everybody to have food stamp, not bank card. Get your head out your ass, dude. You got a severe case of head up Trump's ass syndrome. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. They kill me with this socialist shit. That's the buzzword now. Socialist. That's the buzz. Oh, we're going to do this. Look, man, don't get me started, because they don't know what the hell they like I say, most of them don't know the difference between socialism and communism. We in here buying, we taking over companies and shit, telling companies what to do, who to hire, who to fire. What is that?
Yeah.
But the president doing it.
Well said. I got to move it on, travel man. Man, that sounds terrible. Let's see. My guess is the recruitment in the Navy is probably going down. I mean, we had war. It may be going down in many branches, because this is not like September 11, where everybody wanted to join because we had been attacked. There's a large portion of America that think this war is unnecessary. So I would assume it's and they don't necessarily trust the leadership either. So this probably is reduced.
One quick question, Tim. What are we getting out of this war with Iran?
The allegation is safety. He's preventing Iran from killing your kids with a nuclear bomb.
And how is that going to happen, considering they didn't have one?
That's what they're telling you, though.
It's in the they don't have the vehicle. They didn't have the vehicle to get that nuclear bomb to the U.S. because they don't have the vehicle to put on the ICBM to get it to go up in the orbit and come back down.
Maybe Netanyahu, perhaps Netanyahu saw something different on the radar or something, and that's what Trump wanted.
Yeah, they was hitting that pipe. That's what they were doing.
I gotta go, Travelman. Thank you. Tap the screen, get the likes on up to 140 if you. We still in the same spot with other countries with nukes. I don't get what you mean by that, Willie. Why? The troops are hungry and starving. Feed them, Mr. President. They've posted their rations on. So is that really happening? That they're rationing? Well, I mean, like what my last caller said, if the bases that replenish them. I mean, because Iran knows that. I mean, I'm sure Iran has been paying attention to the ongoings of what's in that area. So they know those ships are getting replenished. So, yeah, you would want to hit the places that are refueling them. Wow, they're rationing food and shit? That's a fucking disaster. Eventually, the truth will come out. I mean, it's going to be hard under the Trump administration. You tell the truth, they may try to charge you with treason or, violating some kind of confidentiality or some shit. But eventually the truth will come out. That's a disaster. Wow. That's horrible to be at sea like that. Hakeem Jeffries, also known as APAC Shakur, says Jay said. They all taking APAC money. They are all taking APAC money. But I mean, the Democrat socialists ain't gonna do that. So go figure. Was somebody sending a galaxy against me? No, I didn't see that, Travelman. I did not see that. Military goes up when no jobs are available in college, too expensive. But we're at war, though, too. That's different. And you got a lot of folks that do not feel comfortable with the leadership. So I mean, listen, Trump said recruitment's at an all-time high, but the problem is, like Stick, the ruler, said earlier in the program, when it comes to Trump in numbers, you got to take it with a grain of salt. Everything Trump tells you generally is exaggerated for his benefit. I won by a landslide. The economy is the best it's ever been. The military, I mean, everything he says is the greatest and best. And most of that stuff is not accurate. He just said that children are getting gallons of vaccine put in them. So if he says recruitment is up, you almost gotta chop his estimates in half, because he is known for exaggerating anything that Trump gives you that has numbers or data in it. If the numbers and data can be exaggerated to his benefit, expect that to have happened. Just expect that to have happened. Everything he gives you that is numerical, expect the numbers to be exaggerated. Don't take any of that at face value. He's known for doing that. You can look, what is this? How in the can you trust a person like Trump who has 3 baby mothers, filed bankruptcy 6 times, multiple felonies, literally thousands of lawsuits, and friends with histories of notorious pedophiles? Go figure. People do trust Trump a lot. They trust Trump a lot. So I don't have an answer for that. I do believe that if for some reason, if history proves that Trump did anything wrong while in office, I do believe that
you want some music, right?
I do believe that we will be laughed at. If it turns out that Trump was committing any kind of real crimes when he was in office, we're going to be laughed at, because the argument is going to be exactly what this viewer said. You guys voted for a guy with 34 felonies. What did you expect him to do when he was in it? So if he is in office committing felonies, the world, and I assume the left too, will laugh at us. Like, what did you expect? This is what the right says all the time. You let a felon out of jail and he reoffends. Well, I mean, that would be kind of the argument here. So it is what it is. Travelman, you're correct. I know Britain was also a place where we got supplies from. And Iran sounds like they've tried to bomb just about everything neighboring in the region. So go figure. Anyway, going back to the box, Tim, the world is already laughing at us.